Boom. Jump scare. How's it going, everybody? Random, always the first chat. Excellent to see you, dude. Give me the cheat code here. A little bit of up, down, up, down. Hopefully that gives me the power that I need, the God mode to get through 30 hours. Beeble, how's it going? Classic. Ron, happy 30th anniversary to the greatest cruise ever. Indeed, indeed. A little bit of a lengthy journey. I don't know if the Mindies were as good. Although there is some, here's some lore for you guys. There's a Hollow Park. I believe they talk about it in the Lost Network packets, which I might have a slide for in my lore review that we're going to start off with. But the marathon did feature some type of holographic or otherwise themed amusement park. So maybe a little closer to a cruise than we initially would think. Michael, how's it going? My hero, guys. All of the beauty that you're seeing, obviously the editing on the last video, the visual presentation, all of the art for this. Michael was a huge help. Tetrea made the excellent music that you guys got to hear in the video that went up a day or two days ago. And obviously I'm using it for the starting and the kind of be right back screens for this as well. So I'm super pumped that I got to have them help me out with this, because it obviously has escalated the vision here a little bit. And you guys will see when we get to the interviews, we have some awesome screens that are come up, and that was all thanks to Michael. So very lucky. Ivan, how's it going? 30 hours start now. Indeed. And 6.5 hour energies down your throat. I'm gonna listen. Hey, I drink caffeine free Diet Coke. That's my go-to drink. So I usually don't go too hard on the caffeine. We'll see when we get a few hours into this. I right before we were started, I was getting everything set up and finishing some things I had to do, and I had a yawn. I was like, oh no. that's not a good sign. Can't be yawning 30 minutes prior to the start. So we'll see. Feels like a miracle. Andres, how's it going, dude? It is. I feel like it's a lot of like nothing official yet about 30th anniversary. Obviously, we have tomorrow, which will be kind of the big day. We'll be here at midnight with Aperture Grills, the preeminent marathon speedrunner. Obviously, holds the world record in like every game. Oh, you know what? I got to move the chat up, don't I? Because I brought this in. Here we go. Boom. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Michael, I made you a mod, just in case you see any fishiness going on. Thought you would look better with a wrench in your hand. Bon, how's it going, dude? Good luck with the 30 hours. Thank you so much, Bon. Thank you for making so many great videos this year. I feel like this is kind of like a culminating event, in terms of how the marathon community has grown, at least from my perspective. So I'm very excited that get to do this all here and hang out. Merry Svitmas, exactly. I'm going to do my first full playthrough, too. Ooh, nice. Playing through marathon. Yeah, it's a good time. Let us know when you get to G4 sunbathing, colony ship for sale. Let us know your thoughts. Detrea, hey, we were just talking about you guys. Definitely go to his channel. Very talented musical artist. Like I said, did the song for the video, which truly, I legitimately believe that they should probably utilize Detrea's marathon medley as the theme music for the upcoming game. Do you imagine loading in and hearing that Boehner get the Bob voice lines? I mean, that's pretty good. I can't imagine that they're going to come up with something better than that. It's a moderator run. All right, we got everything set up. Obviously, some things, it's me. Some things might end up being a little scuffed. I did a lot of pre-work to try to make things feel smooth, but you know how it goes. So we'll see. We'll see how everything turns out. I wanted to go through this real quick. That way we just have like a starter. And I'm trying to take things slow. I have 30 hours to yap. And although I know I can be, what's a big, nice, educated word for yaps too much? Loquacious? Is that what it is? That might mean nothing. I'm not the brightest. Anyways, I know I can yap for a long time, but I do want to kind of take my time and slowly ease into it so I don't get too burnt out in the beginning. Yapologist, thank you, random. Treya soundtrack was a W. Fat W indeed. Yapping mentioned, where's Yap Yap? I know we need Yap Yap in here. I'm sure he'll be around a little bit to yap to us all. But I'm going to take my time, slowly kind of ease into everything. What, like we're cooking a nice meat. I'm a nice meat that I need to smoke for 30 hours so I become nice and juicy and tender. I'm gonna slowly ease into everything. I'm gonna go through the page in the beginning just to make sure we're all on the same page. Obviously, it's gonna be 30 hours long. Here's a schedule. Just have it up in case anyone here right now. Obviously, I don't expect anybody to be able to hang out for 30 hours. Obviously, that's gonna be a little crazy, but we got a lot of really cool stuff. We're gonna start with this lore review. Do that for about 2 hours. I have a lot of stuff. It doesn't look like a lot, but it is a lot of stuff that I have that's going to take me a while to go through. Found a way to bring the custom chat to Stream Elements. It didn't work. It did not work, and the other thing was it was bleeding into the background with the color, but it was bugging out on me. I tried it. Jay Jeremy, how's it going? I have this set up now though. When we switch over to the interview, I think I may have left the custom in there, but it was crashing, the custom CSS or whatever it is. So that's what the issue was. But I think everything looks pretty good. And Michael, like I said, gave me this kind of excellent layout that we have. Obviously, we got the kind of what event is occurring right now and what's going to come up next. And I'll show you guys, obviously, later on when we get to the other scenes we have. We'll have that info up there as well. Yeah, so we're going to do a lore review, and I might not get through everything that I took like kind of what I think are the most deep, compelling things that maybe people have glossed over, or I find a little bit more intrigue within, or maybe things that, hey, if you like Marathon, you may not have seen this before or thought about it in this way. So I'm going to go through those. Might not get through everything before the Tree Llama interview, so we should be able to kind of come back to that later on. We have some long gaps of just kind of chilling. And obviously, my thought with the stream, I know kind of like some of these bigger blocks of time towards the end, we don't have as many events. But, I think a part of it is also kind of this endurance style test, kind of putting out there, like I said, this kind of culminating event for this year of making marathon videos, to kind of do an endurance challenge of just kind of thinking about marathon, talking about marathon, and having a good, fun community time. So if we don't get through all the lore stuff, though, we will have time, kind of big blocks where we can come back to it and go through the extra stuff. Then we're going to interview Tree Llama. He's one of the primary software developer dudes behind ALF1. I'm super pumped, very thankful for him to come out. Then we're going to play some Marathon before we do Marathon Trivia. I have it set up as a Kahoot. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how it works. I did test it. It should be fun. It's not super long, but I think it'll be a fun thing. And if you guys want to join and put your names in, I couldn't figure out a good way to verify, who the person was. So I can't like give like a gift to the winner. But maybe if someone is in the Discord who wins or something, maybe I can slide you a little gift or something for being the winner. But at the very least, you have the bragging rights of knowing the most about Marathon. It's based on time, so even if you Google it, if you know it, you'll get a better time. All this to prepare for the 72-hour stream. Yeah, maybe that's the next one. Well, let's think here. When do we get to 72 hours? I gotta live 42 more years, right? So what is that? So in 2066, we'll do the 72-hour stream for Marathon. Hopefully, we'll have some more games to play by then when I'm in my 70s, coming up on 80 or something. 300-year sleep stream. Yeah, there we go. Put me in stasis. So we could talk to Tree Llama. We'll play some Marathon. We have the trivia, which should be fun. Everyone kind of hop in there. Maybe we'll run it twice if it's a little quicker or some other people miss it. Then we have a Q&A, just some questions that people had asked. I think I may have missed one that came through. Onions asked a question today that I'm going to probably add in there that we'll cover. Chat about that. Then Joku's going to come by. I'm going to chat with him for a little bit. And then Aperture Grills. So we're going to listen. Hey, we're on Marathon's 30th anniversary eve right now. Tomorrow is December 21st of 1994 is when the first Marathon game came out. So as we kind of rein in the new year, the 30th year of life for the Marathon series, we'll get to watch Aperture Grills do a live speed run of the first Marathon. Cry, how's it going? 2-year hibernation so I can wake up after Marathon has come out. Not 2 years. Q&A is not live. You wrote down all the questions. I did community posts for the questions, so people, if they couldn't make it to time. So I collected a bunch of them. I'll still do live as well. Like if anybody asks questions, obviously I'll interact with the chat and answer those questions as well. But I do have questions from posts where I may post saying, hey, I'm going to do a Q&A if you have anything you want me to answer specifically. So I'll go through those as well. But yeah, obviously anyone in the chat, usually, there's enough people here I can keep up with it. Should be good. It's Joe. How's it going, Kelp Man? What if it's delayed? Cry. 2 more years then. Put me right back in stasis. I mean, I thought you were going to read on stream from these posts. Oh, yeah. Well, I just put them into a slide. Maybe I can pull up I'll pull up the posts though as well right before I get into it to make sure I don't miss any. But I screenshot them, put them into a little thing so I can go through them one by one. But yeah, we'll check the posts as well to make sure we hit everything. All right. And then kind of the big chunk tomorrow from midnight to 9 a.m. I'm going to go through and just do a huge Bungie gaming grind. Okay, so we're going to start with NOP. I don't think we're going to get into Path. We'll see if we play a little bit of Pathways. I just don't. The ALF1 port of Pathways is a little janky, but we're going to go through, play the marathon games, and then probably end with a little bit of Halo, which is kind of the follow-up to Marathon. Obviously, a lot of kind of carryover in terms of story. Obviously, we got the logo all over the place, so we might end with some Halo. And then at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, I have an event that's coordinated with the official Marathon Discord to do some net games, which is what Marathon called the multiplayer. So if you guys don't have Marathon downloaded and you're going to be available tomorrow morning, I would say download it. You can go to lohawan.org and you can create an account so all of your stats are tracked in the net games. I think it also does something to make it a little bit easier to connect, to games or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but you can create an account there and then we'll be able to hop in. I think we have like 20 between 20 and 30 people on the Marathon Discord, I think, that have said they're interested in showing up to that. And I know a few of them were talking about it in the past day or two. So hopefully we'll get some people in there and we can run some classic Marathon 1994 multiplayer for a few hours in the morning. And then at noon, we have Mandalore Gaming coming on. I feel like everyone here is probably familiar with him, but, very large YouTuber who I believe has like the biggest marathon-related videos on YouTube aside from, the marathon trailer. I think that maybe that has like 22 million views or something, but Mandalore Gaming has these huge, very kind of like dry wit, humorous breakdowns, but they're also, very analytical of the original Marathon series. All have like millions of views, and I feel like he was a really key part in introducing a lot of people to the series, and I think even people coming back after the trailer came out were very interested in kind of seeing what he had to say and kind of learning about the mysterious world and in a way that is, more tangible than going in and playing, a boomer shooter that a lot of people might not be interested in going through. So he's going to come on. I'm going to get to talk to him for about an hour or 30 minutes or something like that. I'm very grateful for that, and that should be really fun. And then after that, at 2 p.m., Doug Zartman is coming on. Doug Zartman, guys, is the voice of Bob. He was a PR director for the original Marathon series, or for Bungie, I think even maybe a little bit after that as well. So it's really cool that we're going to get kind of somebody who worked, at Bungie during this time to kind of hear his thoughts in terms of what he thinks about 30 years of this game that he made, as a young dude. In the 90s. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And then the community art competition, which, man, I am so very grateful for everybody who contributed to the art competition that we had set up. Obviously, another thing that Michael really helped me put together in terms of getting that graphic out there and kind of putting together the forum channel on the Discord. Dude, some of the art that is in there is astounding. All of the art in there is great. I really loved everything that people, submitted. Some of it I legitimately think like there's a lot of these guys in the community that are probably going to have there's an art competition. Hey, Random, I liked your competition, your submission as well, which if you guys haven't seen, Random's art submission made it to the Marathon story page. That's very fun. You missed that? Damn. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I made some posts about it in the Discord and here on YouTube and on Twitter. But there is still time. We're taking submissions up until 4 p.m. tomorrow. If you want to throw something together, I would love to see it. But this is going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to go through all the submissions. And then we're going to do a poll within the Discord so everyone can vote, and the winner's going to get a gift card to Steam, Xbox, PSN, whatever. Wait, what? No, I didn't make it to the page. Don't lie. You did. Yeah, Random, you totally did. Someone shared it. I'm pretty sure someone shared it in the Discord, Random, just so you know. Then tomorrow night, 5 p.m. This is something that I did maybe like coming up on like 9 months ago. I talked with a AI version of Durandal, so we're going to do that tomorrow night as well, just because it was kind of funny the first time, and I'm going to pick his brain on 30 years and see kind of what what he thinks about it. It was funny. The last one I did was a lot better than I thought because his responses were much more relevant than I thought they would be, kind of talking to an AI. Then at 7 p.m., we're going to watch Dink. I think he's calling it Dodgy now, but we're going to watch Dodgy's video, which Dodgy has been a big member of the community, obviously putting together the Discord. He was my 1,000th subscriber, I believe. Very cool dude, and he put together a little fun video that has a bunch of gags and I think some guest appearances from other Marathon YouTube folks. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to watch that premiere, and then we'll talk to Dodgy a little bit. And then we'll conclude at the 30-hour mark, 9 p.m. tomorrow night, with some final thoughts, some closing thoughts. We'll talk about what we think about the stream, what we thought about, or how we feel about the upcoming Marathon game, and all that. And it should be fun. Congrats, Random. I know it is a big deal to make it on the Marathon story page. Every time I see somebody who had posted in our Discord make it on there, I'm like, damn, that's so cool. Gotta represent the fam here, putting out good stuff. So, all right, we got this stuff. Oh, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, for the video that we just put together, it kind of started honestly with anything special if Bungie tweets. If Bungie tweets, that'll definitely kind of be incorporated into the stream. So if we get a tweet or maybe a video, a trailer, obviously kind of we'll push things to the side and fill in the gaps with some analysis, speculation, do some QR code hunting. If we get anything official, yeah, things will kind of be put on pause. Obviously, the interviews and our competition stuff, we're going to try to keep those around the same time to if Marathon hypothetically released tomorrow, how would that affect the stream? Marathon released tomorrow, it becomes not a 30-hour stream, but probably a 60-hour stream. And I'm going to pull up a bed, Kai Cenat style, and we'll just keep this thing going so we can get as much as we can. Inhaling so much opium right now. Good. We'll turn a 6-hour stream. Michael, listen, me and Michael are on the same wavelength. That's absolutely right. But yeah, so if anything official comes out, yeah, we'll definitely kind of more gear towards that and kind of break into that. Hopefully, I mean the hope would be we get something really big, right? Let's get like a little trailer, cheeky trailer, maybe some more art, maybe start hunting for a new ARG. That would be really sick. Then it would kind of turn into a whole different thing. But as far as I can tell, and as far as everything that I've seen, it obviously nothing's been mentioned. So in terms of 30th anniversary celebration, this might just be. You guys might be stuck with me, my ugly old mug, in terms of celebration. So we will see. French Ghetto Blaster, though, that's a great name, dude. But yeah, so we'll do that. And then before we kind of get into the lore review stuff, like I was just saying, Michael put together this timeline prior to us kind of doing a lot of the work on the last video before we started like doing the editing and everything. This was kind of based on a stream that I'd done way earlier in the year. It was like 6 hours of me kind of going through and just getting all the dates in a line to add to the original Marathon timeline that Hamish Sinclair had made to include the events from the ARG. So he put into this awesome website. If you guys haven't been there, it looks super sick. The events kind of pop up as you go through. So if you want to do a little bit of lore deep diving of your own, if you watch the video and are kind of more interested on the specifics, you can jump in here and look through the whole website. It's awesome. And then on the Discord, obviously we have the wallpapers, which if you guys have not seen the wallpapers on the Discord yet, definitely check them out. I'm totally rocking the I think I have the Mida logo right now as my lock screen. So Michael just did a great job. Obviously his design mind, his art mind, always kind of on this amazing visual kind of headspace that is super sick, and I really really we're very grateful to have a lot of those resources. But if you join the Discord under the art section, you guys can get those wallpapers. There's desktop ones, and then also, like I said, for your phone. Fun fact, I got in a new Marathon because a friend of mine is a really big fan of the original trilogy. Didn't know anything outside of pretty high contrast game, but this week I played the trilogy from start to finish. I get it now, dude. Hell yeah. Hey, and if you played the trilogy for the first time this week and you get it, you're way ahead of the curve for most of us. I'm still trying to figure it out. Elster from Discord brought that idea to my head by asking for a timeline sheet, though. So hey, Elster, big shout out to Elster. Sato, well. Isn't Jake going crazy with 30 hours straight, hon? Yes, indeed. Guys, if you haven't checked out Sato's channel, definitely check him out. Sato Talks Marathon puts together some great videos, much more so from the perspective of somebody who's very kind of experienced, not only with Bungie games, thousands of hours in Destiny 2, but also extraction shooters like Tarkov and Hunt. Really cool dude. Done some videos with him before. We'll do more in the future, obviously. Probably going to be my go-to partner, right? I'm dragging you along with me to carry me when the game comes out so I can find all the lore in there. Jake Rampancy area. Yeah, nothing but yeah, love it. Exactly. This is a goal. So this is kind of everything that we have going on. Like I said, we're going to jump into some lore review right now and, take it slow. I'm going to take breaks, use the restroom. I'll eat some dinner. Probably in the middle of the night, I'll take like a 30 to 45 minute break. I'll put maybe one of my old videos on just so I can take a shower, get everything set up. But at the 12-hour marks as well, we'll end the stream and it'll start again just so that the VOD is preserved on YouTube. All right, but I guess if the class does not have any other questions, let's jump over here. Matthew Claus with subscription. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. We'll jump over here and we'll get into this in just a second. I'm going to turn the magic cursor off. There's a theory going around that the two endings of Pathways into Darkness, Nuke the God versus Fail to Nuke the God, are what separate the Destiny and Marathon timelines. I read that and I started digging deep. Yes. And speaking of other things, this is maybe a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Kind of one of the scripts I've had working a long time, which was Beeble is now following. Oh, following. Oh, that might be a Twitch thing. Which was recommended by Michael as well, I believe, in the suggestions thing. Originally, it's kind of this idea of the branching, the larger Bungie-verse, to kind of understand the connections between these things. And obviously, I don't know if you're familiar with Destiny Cry, but the Mida Mini Tool, the Mida Multi-Tool are items that are directly pulled out of the Marathon universe, seemingly, and even reference Bernard Strauss and Mida. So there is a lot there. There is definitely a lot to peek at. And it is really cool to think that there's kind of this one commonality, this kind of separating event where, in one reality, Destiny, things are much more aligned with the kind of fantastical, magical elements of the sleeping, working Kakander God and Pathways into Darkness. If you guys haven't played Pathways, the Yarrow ancient aliens show up on Earth to tell Bill Clinton and a bunch of, government Pentagon officials that there's a sleeping god underneath this Yucatan Peninsula pyramid and that it's going to awake and destroy the world. But the monsters that you fight there are machinations. They come from the sleeping god's mind, which I believe is something else. I'm trying to blank on the name. I'm not as familiar enough with Destiny lore but to remember the names offhand. But that's kind of a concept that's also present, I believe, in Destiny, that this god has the power to dream things into existence. It's also kind of a Lovecraftian concept. He talks about the dangers of the sleeping god. There's kind of some carryover. Bloodborne plays on that concept as well. But you're right, this idea that this is kind of the branching off point where in one reality things become much more fantastical and magical. And Destiny, my understanding is that originally when it was being pitched was more so of a kind of fantasy style universe, and then they transitioned into the sci-fi stuff. But I think that all kind of comes from the same place, that things are more obscure and strange and kind of open to these weird, creations of this mind of this sleeping god. That is a very cool concept, and yeah, I talk about that in the script I've been writing for quite a while for that video as well. Sal says we're gonna run laps on kids. Absolutely, dropping kills on these dudes, getting our loot, getting our artifacts. Wondering if you use Twitch. I have Twitch set up. I'm not streaming to Twitch. I'm just kind of keeping everything on YouTube, but I had it set up just in case down the road, because me and Michael and a few other people, we had talked about potentially doing this on Twitch as well, but we're keeping it all on YouTube. I am. Yeah, the description of the multi-tool says it comes from a different universe. Yeah, exactly. Dan TDM lore review. Am I a boomer for not knowing who Dan TDM is? Or is that the opposite? Am I a zoomer for not knowing who he is? Creepy but cool with the Sleeping God stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, this is a comment that I may have it in the Q&A because I added to some of the questions. I added stuff that I've seen just in kind of like various... oh, you know what? I never transitioned this over. There we go. Now the chat's fixed. Sorry, guys. Some people have kind of talked about something that Joe Ziegler said in the dev update about how kind of taking the creepiness from the original games and that they didn't really identify with that. Forgot to put the schedule link in the description. Thank you, Michael. I'll put that in there. That they didn't really identify with that as something that was associated with Marathon. And I think it's really important to note that they were very limited technologically, when the original game was developed. But I think that it's entirely fair to say I'm using the word. I get here. What is this? I don't know what's behind it now. I just added that. That's not something that people identified as something that's coming over from the originals, but I do think that it is something that's relevant. It is kind of something they were trying to play on. It was just limited in terms of how they could express it. And I immediately hit the wrong button again. You guys like that? Hold on. Here we go. I got two keyboards in front of me, and I'm losing my mind. Okay, here we go. We wanna cut and paste this way. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this link because I don't even know what the Streamlab link does. All right, yeah. And if you want to go to the website, I'm also gonna put a link to the timeline in their average Canva W. Exactly. Hey, I'm trying my best here. Marathon time, is that pull up the link for the timeline. I'll put both the links in the description. That way we have access to them going forward. Okay. Maybe they're in there, maybe that worked. If not, we'll come back to it. Ace, how's it going, dude? Ace is the hero that we need. My destiny guide. What would be my Sherpa? This guide us through our raids, which hopefully we'll do another Destiny raid here. I think beginning of January is going to be kind of maybe when we shoot to do the next one. I'm going to figure out. All right. I would say enough yapping, but this is the Yap sesh, so I don't know if there can be enough yapping. But let's get into it. Lore review. All right. Like I said, these are just like some things that I personally find to be the most interesting about the Marathon game. That sounds great. Awesome, dude. Glad. These are some of the things that I find to be most interesting thing about Marathon. Some of this you've seen. Some of this surely you've read or heard before. But either way, I kind of want to just review it and really speak to why I think these elements are so relevant. And yeah, we'll get into it a little bit. Boom. Look at those transitions. Clean. Beautiful. We beat the Oracle callouts because Atheon is in the stream right now. We need them. I'm not talented enough to do raid coordination on a stream. I got too much shit going on I can't even remember which keyboard to use. All right, so the first thing I want to talk about is the Marathon scrapbook. If you are a fan of Marathon, if you played the games, obviously Cry, I think, was just saying that he just played them. I would definitely consider checking out the Marathon, checking this book out. It's available as a PDF online for free. Just type in Marathon Scrapbook. It's linked through the Marathon story page, which I will link to at the end of this in case you guys want to check out any of this. But the Marathon Scrapbook is a book that kind of pulls together the story of early Bungie. There's kind of like a historical, section to it, and then it talks about the development of the Marathon games. And it's written by Hamish Sinclair. Hamish Sinclair, who still to this day runs the Marathon story page, which is this huge blog / forum post / archive of everything that's ever happened in the marathon community, and in the games. It's amazing. It's an amazing resource, and like I said, Hamish Sinclair has been running it for 30 years, or maybe it was the end of 94 or maybe 95 when he started it. A very, very long time. And this book is something that Hamish Sinclair put together, I believe in 1996 or 97, at the end of the trilogy being completed. He kind of put together these things and was already running the marathon story page at this time. Scrapbook baby Durandal pics win. Yeah, that would be adorable. We should get the where Durandal's frozen. The one picture that we have of him from the original games. We should get that, right? We need to get a baby version of that. Inky, how's it going? Hamish the Chronicler. Exactly. So anyways, the Marathon Scrapbook is like this huge effort to combine all of the pictures and writings and history of Bungie, that early period. And so there's a few things I wanted to show you guys here. This is a really cool kind of beginning excerpt, just talking about how Marathon started. It says Marathon started out as a series of coding experiments that Jason Jones, one of the founders of Bungie, alongside Alex Seropian, modified the Pathways engine to make it faster and more structurally elegant, but concentrated the most on enhancing monster intelligence. Bungie demoed the first alpha version, aptly titled Marathon Zero, at the San Francisco Macworld Expo in January of 1994, but as Jason recounts, the game barely made a ripple at the show. Many people dismissed the game as Pathways with minor cosmetic enhancements. Determined to salvage the Marathon project, Bungie returned from the Macworld show, barricaded themselves in their Pilsen office, and went to work. Jason abandoned the Mosaic project, which was a separate project that was occurring kind of around the beginning of Marathon development. So it wasn't what Marathon was called before. It was an entirely separate project they were working on that they basically threw away after this to focus exclusively on Marathon. He and Ryan rewrote the game's rendering engine from the ground up. Ryan also began work on Vulkan, a Marathon map editor, which is best described as all the madness and misery in 29 lunatic asylums distilled into a single Macintosh application. And in February, Greg Kirkpatrick, who is the kind of man behind the story of Marathon, and I have some really cool stuff that I don't think a lot of people are aware of in this as well, about Greg Kirkpatrick. But just to point out, Greg Kirkpatrick, that's like the main narrative guy. Him and Jason Jones, I believe, wrote the majority of the terminals, the story and world. The idea of the Marathon being a ship that was made, the hull of it is Deimos, a moon. That's kind of from the mind of Greg Kirkpatrick. Greg Kirkpatrick joined the Bungie team several months earlier. Jason had declared that if Marathon was going to have a story, Greg would have to write it. Greg, who recently suffered a direct blow to the head from a washing machine, readily agreed. Doug Zartman, this is the PR director for Marathon, the voice of Bob. So if you hear people running around, Frog Blast Event Core, they're everywhere. That's him. That's Doug Zartman. He's the guy who's going to be chatting with us tomorrow. Doug Zartman joined Bungie as their first paid employee in May. He started out doing tech support for Pathways, but found his role expanding into public relations in the same way that petty larceny eventually expands into felony, which I believe is what that quote goes on to. So here's just some cool pictures. This is Jason Jones up here. This is the game that they released prior to the Marathon series, Minotaur. As you see, this is them at the Macworld Expo where they first showed off the version of Marathon that nobody really fucked with and didn't like. And you kind of see here, this is the first version of Marathon, which was shown at Macworld San Francisco in January of 1984. The version of Marathon was eventually canned because it looked too much like Pathways. You can even see this jumping character is almost directly pulled out of Pathways into Darkness. If you ever played that game or seen any of the enemy designs from the game. Start the stream over. I got a banner. All right, starting over. And you can also see here, kind of this open skybox is something that would become prevalent in Marathon 2, where you're on level 1 and they kind of get this really cool, even these towers, but they become much slender, kind of rounded on the edges. Obviously, these barrels ended up making it in, but were a little more gritty, which when we're playing Marathon later, I'll be sure to point out for you guys. But just seeing this kind of here as such an early iteration is very cool that we have that. This is Greg Kirkpatrick, one of the few pictures I was able to find of, or at all, honestly, one of the few pictures of Greg Kirkpatrick that exists. I've even looked for ways to potentially contact Greg Kirkpatrick and say, like, hey, I really like the game, appreciate everything you've written and all that. And he's kind of completely off the web, it seems, aside for a few things that I'll show you guys later. So not really able to contact him, but obviously an elusive pizza eating Chicago style stuffed pizza dude. And it's very cool just to see that they kind of made this game in what seems like a very kind of familial environment. Like everybody here seems to be very tight knit and just working on something that they feel passionate about, which doesn't really exist kind of in the same way. And this is kind of at the birth of major gaming corporations. We're talking about Doom is coming out around this time, so things were not as developed to kind of normalize an office of people making video games. All right. So this is another version of it as it was coming to development, and you get to see kind of the HUD that they ultimately would go something very similar to this, but seeing the iterations it went through is pretty cool. All right, this is the booth at Macworld Boston 1994, which I believe is where they showed kind of the first iteration of the game. That was kind of closer to the state that it would be in when it was released. Obviously, we have some very funny pictures here of Jason Jones, like I said, one of the founders, and a sick-ass, very 90s bandana. It looks like he's got some jeans with the tucked-in T-shirt, which I feel like, if depending on your age, you might identify with some of the visuals here. And then Doug Zartman over here as well, looking a little harried as he gets ready for the big Macworld show. Very cool to see kind of compare. Maybe tomorrow he'll let us know what he was thinking in some of these pictures. Here's just some more pictures. Here's Doug Zartman as well right there in the center of them working on the game. Like I said, just the environment that this came out is really cool. All right. I think this is really cool because kind of see how the SFIT compiler changed. The SFIT is, what we see in the new trailer. But from Marathon 1 to Marathon 2, instead of retaining that kind of slender, normal-sized metallic head, they kind of moved over to this more bulbous, hulking appearance. It might be in here. I don't know if I included it, but there's a picture even that kind of shows the SFIT brain kind of in this, tank up top and with a brainstem and everything. So it's interesting that this design decision is something that came around in Marathon 2. So moving from Marathon 1, you kind of had these much more humanoid in the sense that their head and neck kind of looked more similar, and they transitioned to these kind of like hulking monstrosities. Obviously, when they open up the cloak to shoot at you, kind of loses that quality because you realize the kind of lack of any corporeal form within them. Excuse me. But it's interesting to see that this is the design. This design right here is what they ended up going with for Marathon 2. But in the trailer for the upcoming game, obviously, we get the design from Marathon 1, which is something I think might have like a subtle hint that a lot of what they are pulling from is probably coming from the first Marathon game. Maybe not just canonically, but also visually. Trying to capture that specific style, as there's pretty good visual disparity between the first and the second game. I think the third game, Infinity, does a lot to kind of place itself within the same time and place and world of Marathon 2. Obviously, with the enemy designs and also like the location, like you're still in Lahuan star system in that game, and your experience, you're even playing through some of the same levels and events that you see in Marathon 2 because it's kind of a retcon to the ending of the second game. But it's just another interesting thing to point out. The Gnar, also I have a little thing about the Gnar in here. I think that the Gnar are probably one of the funniest kind of additions to Marathon that exists that maybe a lot of people aren't super familiar with. The Gnar, this kind of like very utilitarian race of aliens that exist in space. They're not a part of the four. They're kind of strong enough to stand aside from the four enslavement, but their homeworld is encased. So their whole homeworld is encased in one 3-story building, and each floor represents like a certain department, basically. So it's kind of like the most advanced version of an alien megacorp. Also cool to kind of see how the animations came together for the reload that are very kind of, even in this sketchy kind of image, very true to form to what we see in the original game. Also cool to see the sketches of the drones and how they might operate, something that wouldn't really come to life within the games because you couldn't really animate enemy designs in that way yet. But it's very cool to think that despite the limitations that they had visually representing the ideas that they were trying to get across, they were still developing those concepts behind the scenes. That there was a reason why they were designed, that they had movement that was dynamic to them. It just wasn't something that was being portrayed in the game because of the technological limitations at the time. Obviously, the energy recharge, that's something that came in the second one as well. And damn, we get this kind of harrowing concept sketch of an enslaved Bob, which we never see in the actual games. But in Marathon 2, you do get to see a prison, so my assumption is maybe underneath their Bob suits, that might have been what the Bobs looked like. And yeah, here's just an example to show you. Obviously, you can see the disparity. The Sphit design is much more similar to what the Sphit looks like in the first game as opposed to this iteration of the second game. Random says, do you think that the Four found out about humanity through McDonald's ad? Right, I think they found out from Durandal's ad, right? Colony ship for sale. Got 1 million rooms. What did he say? I'll have to read that terminal later. This is another picture of the Gnar. Here you can see them kind of fighting the Four. You can see that they're kind of like, the way that they're written about, at least, they're very, very simple. They have clubs, but they're kind of so hardy, and basic that it's difficult to take them over. And an interesting thing about the Gnar is that they were designed by Robert McLeese. Robert McLeese is a big deal in terms of Bungie history. If you guys have seen my video about the Fungal Four, he is the guy who came up with the concept art for the fungal infected Four that wasn't actually utilized within the game, but that concept, kind of seems to have become the idea for the Flood in Halo. And he had a big hand in designing the Flood. I want to say he was like the main kind of conceptualization person behind the Flood for Halo. And then for the ARG, John Goff, who had made the post, he's a narrative guy for Marathon, when he was talking about the ARG earlier this year on the anniversary of the ARG releasing from 2023, he spoke about how Robert McLeese was one of the main guys behind putting together the world for the ARG that we saw. Rage, how's it going, dude? Thanks for stopping by. We're yapping about Marathon right now. Bet it was a Bass Pro Shop ad, maybe. Durandal in the Bass Pro hat. That's pretty sick. And then down here we have Mark Manal, another Marathon 2 artist. Here's another great picture of Doug Zartman. I think it's very interesting. It's going to be very fun to kind of talk to Doug. If any of you guys have listened to his interview, Joku did an interview with him, I'll say maybe a year ago, maybe not that long. Joku also did an interview with Alex Seropian, the other founder of Bungie, not too long ago. But I believe he spoke with Doug Zartman quite a while ago, kind of seeing the disparity between this classic 90s look and now is pretty fun. Also, we kind of get the vibe that they're going with. It says Alex Seropian, one of the founders of Bungie, with puke bowl in hand. They're experiencing extreme motion sickness, playing way too much Marathon, which I just think is hilarious. And this, they're saying, is their bug sheet. So they had their bugs kind of listed on this pizza box. Obviously, a very kind of laid back attitude potentially, but obviously extremely hardworking given the amount of work has been put in on that pizza box. I think it's cool seeing this, the concept sketch for the SMG for Marathon Fendi. Man, in the Discord just the other day, or maybe yesterday or today even, somebody shared an awesome picture that they had done, kind of inspired by the SMG, the flechette from Marathon Infinity. That was super good. 90s game dev process is something else. Exactly, right? Yeah. And it's cool that it's all like kind of preserved here in a really kind of cohesive format that came from that time period, which is why I think it's cool to point out. And then also I really loved this picture right here of Alex Seropian and Doug Zartman doing the vacuum bomb sounds for Marathon Infinity. So here's him live in action doing the voiceovers, the voice lines for Bob, which I think is hilarious that they have it. I imagine this is mid Frog Blast the Vent Core scream right here. And then obviously for the scrapbook, I want to include the credits in here. Obviously, you can see Matt Sell also became like a very big deal with Bungie in terms of kind of community management, I believe. He was very well known. I remember kind of in the Halo days, kind of a big deal. And like I said, it was written by Hamish Sinclair, and obviously everybody at the at Bungie at the time had a huge part in how this happens. All right. Next thing I want to talk about was the manual for Marathon 1. What is this? No pizza boxes. Why modern games are so shit. I'm sure there's pizza boxes. My assumption would be that they're not writing their bug list on there. Does that make them shit? I don't know. Maybe we'll have to try. Maybe Concord should have wrote more stuff on the pizza boxes. What if instead of Bungie it was Freaky? Instead of making games, like, yes, this is very good. Thank you. Very nice, Tawny Boy. How's it going? I just wanted to point out the marathon manual. When you see people kind of do breakdowns of the marathon story, a lot of the time, I feel like it relies very heavily on the in-game stuff, and it kind of has this standard starting point in the game. Kind of like you're the security officer, you're on the ship, right? I believe that Mandalore Gaming does a good job of talking about the manual in the beginning of his video. Kind of miss manuals for games. Yeah, absolutely. I remember getting the manuals, just like taking it to the bathroom, reading through what kind of little stuff they put in here. Yeah, manuals were sick. A good physical manual. I think I might even I don't want a physical version of the game, but I would like the opportunity to get a manual for cheap. Maybe for free if you have a copy of the game. You can go pick one up somewhere. But I like bringing up the manual because, the entire story is told through text. It's told through these terminals that you go through and you find on the marathon in obviously all three of the games. There's no cutscenes. The voice lines are relegated to sounds that you're hearing as you're running by mobs or enemies or they're everywhere. It's not told in a what we would consider to be like a traditional sense. Now it's not like displayed through events that we're seeing play out in game. There's no cutscenes, and so they obviously rely very heavily on writing to kind of compress a lot of these big ideas into something that's more manageable. And that kind of really begins before the game even starts with this intro from the manual that it describes the events directly leading up to the start of the game. So when Marathon 1 starts, you're in this hallway. And at the end of the hallway, it's a T-shape, and there's a terminal in front of you. And if you turn around, you can see kind of this shuttle bay. And the ship that's in that shuttle bay is the Murata, and that is the kind of the way that you escaped from Durandal's clutches. Which is kind of like a big deal, because if you think about how Marathon 1 plays out, obviously, you're trying to figure out what's going on. Why are there aliens here? Who are they? Who called them here? Who's Leela? Is this AI that's helping us? Who's Durandal? And why does he seem a little weird every time we hear about him? Why is Leela saying that he's not really playing along with her mission to kind of get the marathon back from the state of disarray that it's in? And a lot of this is revealed, and a lot of like major kind of theories, I think, have a basis in the manual, which so I kind of want to read a few parts of here. Gamers should bring back manuals, even if it's not practical. Fan-made manuals, maybe, for every game. That could be fun. Because of tradition, exactly, and a bit of flair. Manuals required imagination. Most devs these days lack that. Yeah, I think they could put something cool together. Maybe do a digital manual. What if you just had a QR code you can scan in-game and take you to a cool website that's set up? Because I just want the information, Because of the lack of pizza boxes, probably. All right, so a few parts I just want to read here and point out like some of my thoughts on it. Primary booster burn has ceased. Shuttle Murata, you are clear for orbital maneuvering. The Murata lurches from its bay on the back of its powerful rocket boosters. After the jolting of the separation ceases, you find yourself pondering the fate of the colony receding below you. With apprehension, the same apprehension you felt 322 years earlier. You envision Marcus Tiberius Buendia, one of Sol's greatest leaders. Mankind will venture out past its earthly bounds and move into a future grander and more real than the total of its own written history. Buendia, the president of the Unified Earth Space Council, had spoken those words to the people of the Sol system on the eve of the launching of the marathon. This, the grandest achievement mankind has ever conceived, will be for the purpose of peace and the preservation of the human race. May this great technological arc carry with it the sum total of all human wisdom, and may neither time nor distance weaken. Excuse me. May neither time nor distance weaken our common ties. This is kind of like a very key element to who the security officer is. So we know that. Bless you. Thank you, Odin. How's it going? Okay, guys, hold on 1 second. We're gonna take a break here because Odin Carr has appeared in chat. I'm gonna explain what I just read in just a second. But guys, hold on. All right, guys. If you don't know, which I don't know how you would know, Odin Carr is a friend of mine in real life. All right, and I wanted to wait for him to be here. Okay, this is a stream exclusive presentation. Now, Odin Carr, obviously, great dude, friend of mine, and member of the Order of the Blue Fork cult, whatever you prefer to call it. And Odin, for Christmas, gave me the greatest gift any of us forkers could wish for. Odin provided me with the Sacred Fork. Not just the Sacred Fork, but the Sacred Fork in a shadow box. Is this coming through? And lit. Okay? So this now hangs on my mantle. Yes. Gaze in it in all its glories. Hold on, am I getting this good? Look at it here. Hold on. Oh. Yes. So Odin is he's a stream VP, obviously. He's a true member of the Blue Fork cult. And he provided me with my greatest gift. How much I buy right now, I buy now. I don't know. Maybe Odin needs to start producing them for the whole clan if you guys want it. But I just wanted to show that, and I wanted Odin to be here and say thank you to Odin for giving that to me. I really do appreciate it. It's very fun. And yes, this now sits with my most treasured possessions here. This artifact, this relic of marathon history, above my fireplace. And tonight, in the late hours, of the night, I will be alit by the fork's, mysterious blue glow. So yeah, thank you, Odin, for that. And I can only hope maybe we can get more professionally mantled forks out to the rest of the clan. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Odin. Random neurons firing. Poker face as I steal the fork for myself. Does this make me a target now? Now that I've revealed that I have the fork? Still wait until someone makes a paper replica of the runner mask? I know, that could be cool, right? Well, if they need an official fork, I have it. All right. Okay, so what I really like about this first paragraph is it does a lot while saying a little, which I think is kind of the key element of Marathon's original narrative that I think is very cool and unique to why this game can still be talked about, 30 years on. So from this, we learn that the security officer, the person that we're playing as, is coming from the colony, which is kind of a big deal because now it brings into the question, what are the odds that the security officer, as we later will come to learn, is most likely a cyborg, one of only 10 in this huge colony of thousands and thousands of individuals who would have the potential to potentially save humanity from an alien threat, and also that he would be coming to the marathon on the day that it was going to get attacked. So he's en route to the marathon when the four show up. And it kind of attracts us to send out a bounty on you for fork harboring. You have 3 runners heading towards you as we speak. Hopefully it's White Rabbit, Brill, and Patch. And hopefully we can just have some nice tea, and maybe I can interview them for the stream. But yeah, okay. So it places the security officer in this position as, what is the likelihood that you have this character who has this kind of power granted to him by this cybernetic upgrade? Part man, part machine, potentially, maybe wholly machine. That we don't ever really get a ton of insight into what exactly makes up the the Mark IV Mjolnir cyborgs, right? We just know that they're capable of such a level of carnage and devastation that one of them, is basically single-handedly able to repel the 4 assault on the Marathon, and then 9 of them are able to protect the colony from a planet-side alien invasion from an alien race that, they have Yarrow technology, so ancient alien technology where they can blow up suns and travel faster than the speed of light. They're much more technologically advanced, and that's how powerful these cyborgs are. And this kind of places him in this situation of destiny. So Marathon Infinity ends. Hey guys, there's going to be spoilers here in case I haven't told you already. Marathon Infinity ends with kind of this very ominous, emotional poetry kind of impact moment where Durandal realizes, right before the closure of the universe, he's achieved his goal, basically, of escaping the closure of the universe. He's at the precise nano moment before the end of time as we know it. And he says the one thing that he can't really figure out is you, the player, the security officers. Like, it seems like no matter how hopeless the situation, you're always able to overcome. All right. And the conclusion that he comes to is that you are destiny. So there's a meta narrative where Durandal is kind of speaking through the fourth wall and saying, like, you can respawn, you can die, and for some reason, no matter how hard the task or how much it seems like you're going to die, you always choose the timeline where you live. You always choose the save file where you make it to the next level. Regardless of how many times you die in the level, from his perspective, you just always end up making it. And that's something that, as a super intelligent computer, he's able to understand, and he takes that into account when he's calculating his decisions. And you see that in the way that he relies on you very heavily to accomplish these tasks. But he doesn't understand it. He knows that there's something that a variable that he's not seen here, and that variable is the fact, you could say in some sense, that it's a video game and that you always get to choose the save file where you make it to the next level. So he doesn't know what it is, but he's aware of it. And so he ends with the kind of infamous, in the terms of like Bungie people or Bungie fans, saying where he goes, "You are destiny," right? Which obviously, Destiny, that's Destiny the game, right? And so I think it's interesting that even in the first, paragraph of the manual for Marathon 1, they're setting up this idea that the security officer is truly in the right place at the right time. That there's something pulling the strings outside of the causal reality that we get to experience in the game, right? The one that can be explained through the science and math and labor and technology and society that is humanity and the Four and the Sphit, right? That's a very literal narrative occurring that plot armor, puller of strength. Exactly, right? There's a very literal narrative, right, that explains these things. And simultaneous to all of that, there's also this unspoken kind of ethereal, spiritual, something that isn't explained by science occurring. And they're setting that up in the very first paragraph by pointing out, like, this is random. They're not saying that the security officer was going, here for a certain reason, that he knew that the Four was coming, that they're not saying that at all. What they're saying is that he happened to be in the right place at the right time because it's his destiny. The security officer's destiny is to exist in the right moment where he can play the, the kind of, in terms of scale and good and evil and light versus dark. He is the force. He is the hero. And as we kind of talk more about narrative stuff, we will all, just like One Piece. It's all One Piece, isn't it? It is, right? Well, One Piece has kind of the Simpsons effect, right? Where they've done enough episodes to the point where you can always point to something from it. But the security officer is kind of like this eternal hero, which is an idea that's been expressed in different forms of narrative. I forget the guy who came up with the actual term. But this idea that it's not just one person, it's not just one character, but the spirit of a good and a bad, and somebody who's in the in the face of kind of damnation and doom and chaos, will kind of, Michael Moorcock, thank you, Danko, yes. You kind of stand, in opposition to this force, and that there's this constant war, this eternal interaction occurring between the forces of chaos and order, evil and good, light and dark, and positioning the player character as that individual is something that's really powerful, and something that obviously, as Bungie continued, making games, we saw them expand on. Obviously, Halo, the Master Chief is a mythical character. I personally feel like the thing that really connects you to the story is that you're playing as somebody who is a god, like a deity, like a Hercules, right? But the story itself feels very grounded and like it's a sci-fi movie, it's an action movie, it's a horror movie. And I think that additional element is something that it appears to me they've always been aware of. And I can point to things like this, like, listen, dude, the first paragraph, talking about the things. And even if we were to take a step backwards and look at the game prior to Marathon Pathways into Darkness, even there, we have Sergeant Eddings, who Jason Jones even came out and said that he regretted kind of giving him a name because he wanted it to be the player character, kind of. He's the demon, exactly. Seen as the demon by the Covenant and the savior by humanity. Imagine a group of runners versus a security officer. Yeah, have you guys ever seen Red versus Blue? What is they fight Tex? Who's the badass Spartan that they fight? Yeah, archetype. Yeah, it is. It's a cool archetype, and to get to kind of stand in those shoes is something that's unique, and I think it's an idea that they've been very aware of. I don't think it's something that they walked into. I don't think it's something that was a consequence of the way that they wrote the narrative. I think it's something that was very intentional. And we kind of look at, a handful of writings from a group of 20-somethings who made a game, in the late 90s, and I think there's a lot of things where you could say, oh, that's probably like a pizza box idea that they thought was cool. And I think that that's true. But I also think that there's a spirit to the games that is much deeper than that, and that they are very aware of from such an early stage that I think creates a larger impact for the series as a whole. And obviously, when we get into Marathon 2 and Infinity, I think those ideas become even more, kind of intense in terms of how they're expressed throughout the narrative and the relevance that it has. The other thing I think is important to talk about from this just very, intro section of this is the fact that the security officer has memories from 322 years ago. So if you remember, the Marathon reaches Tau Ceti, but it doesn't establish the colony right away. So I want to say they reached colony 2773 and the 4 invade in 2794. So we're looking at this, 21, 22 year period, of time, at least 20 years period of time where they're establishing a colony. They're, bringing people from the Marathon to the planet. They're building what's going to be humanity's next civilization. Closing straw. Thank you. And so when he's talking about this 322 years ago, it kind of places him into a position of like, he does have a history, this is a individual that probably has a lot more events. Like, what made the security officer so relevant that he can remember a history of life on Mars? And I believe later on here he even talks about his father, I think. But he has a history prior to the events of the Marathon, and maybe he was awoken when it first got here. Maybe he was awoken later on when the colony was established. But ultimately, he is a character that has lived events and memories inside of his head. Now, the question becomes later on down the road when we're thinking, okay, is he's this Mjolnir Mark IV cyborg? If he's potentially maybe he has Yarrow tech, which is what makes the Mjolnir cyborg so strong. These are theories, right? That might explain why he experiences certain things that he does in the later games, but potentially throughout the events of Marathon Infinity, maybe he's experiencing a pseudo state of rampancy, because as the player character, you have no choice but to follow orders, and there's kind of this parallel between you as the security officer having to follow orders, and Durandal, who is a AI and has no choice because of his programming than to obey the orders that he's given from humanity, and that kind of breeds this contempt that's never addressed because the rampancy solution is never given to him. And so as we see, the despair, rage, envy were the titles of the levels in Marathon Infinity. They feel very disconnected, although they align very much so with the stages of rampancy, melancholia, anger, and jealousy. They seem very disconnected from what Durandal is experiencing, which when we talk about rampancy in the earlier entries, we're looking at Tycho and Durandal and how they're experiencing it. And then in the last entry, it almost seems like something more so that the player character is experiencing. And that's kind of the first game where they introduce choice. You can leave levels in different ways that take you to different points in the game and may sometimes skip entire levels or sections. And so this idea that he has these memories that simultaneously might be experiencing rampancy kind of indicates that potentially the humanity that he does have might be a small piece of him. Or maybe he's kind of like one of these battleroids where he has a body and a mind, but has been recycled and upgraded with tech that has removed him from the free will that he probably initially had as a more human person. Raid says, my favorite scene in RVB was when Caboose, the pacifist, was the word pacifier. Oh, yeah. And Tucker told him it's someone against war, not things babies put in their mouth. Barak just described. Thank you. Subscribe. Thank you, dude. PDF. Any more marathon news, or am I high on Hopian? Hey, David, how's it going, dude? Thanks for stopping by. No marathon news yet. The anniversary is tomorrow, though, and we will be live. So if anything comes up, we will be diving balls deep into it, as the kids say. So I think establishing a history for a security officer, very important. Obviously, placing him here in this position. And then also, last thing I want to talk about is the introduction of Marcus Tiberius Buendia. Marcus Tiberius Buendia, the Unified Earth Space Council, is obviously kind of the government force in the upcoming game. Now, they talk about, throughout the series, we hear different mentions of government-style entities. So the UESC Marathon is obviously the Unified Earth Space Council's ship, right? The UESC is the one who started this project, is in charge of it. But we also hear about the UESG, which might even be, the acronym might even be explained as the Unified Earth Space Government. And then we also hear of the UEG. So the Mizraya Massacre, which is the food riot event that resulted in the death of 500 Martians in Mars, which is over the same period that the marathon's being built. So we're talking about the 2400s. That's referred to as the UEG, Unified Earth Government Food Distribution Center. So there's different kind of iterations of this government. Now, my thinking is that like the Unified Earth Space Council is probably like has preeminent domain over Sol, and it's kind of like the larger government, in that the UEG and UESG are probably more specific to maybe like certain areas on Earth, or maybe they're more terrestrial, and then the UESC covers everything in space. Now, this new game isn't really in the ARG or anything referencing any of that, so my assumption is they're just going to say probably that the UESC is the government entity in the game, and that these kind of other iterations were either like offshoots that kind of lost to time, or just different kind of acronyms utilized by more specific government bodies that had some say over these things. But pointing out here that we have kind of Marcus Tiberius Buendia, giving this speech about the marathon, that from the perspective of the government, what they were portraying outwardly at the time of the launch is what it very much so falls in line with what we would imagine. That this is kind of, one small, what's the Buzz Aldrin quote, or is it the other guy? One small leap for man, one giant leap for mankind. That it really was kind of the next big step. And then the disparity between this quote and why I think that's so relevant is because we know that the governments of Earth, at least at some point, had an understanding of ancient Yarrow technology. So most likely they knew or know, that aliens exist. So there's kind of a nefarious nature to a 300-year time period or a 400-year time period from 1994, right? I believe is when Pathways takes place to 2472 when the marathon launches. How is this information being kept secret to the extent that it's not publicly known? And how much of that kind of secret information is changing the way that the government is making decisions? Is the government truly deciding on things based on are we making technological advancements? Is there some kind of background knowledge that these aliens impressed upon humanity that is leading them to seek to colonize the Tau Ceti star system first? And then obviously this is all kind of made more complicated by the Easter egg from one of the maps, which I think I'll get to here in a little bit, that the Yarrow were at Tau Ceti. So how much of the choice of putting the first colony in the Tau Ceti star system on Tau Ceti 4 is something that was potentially decided by the very fact that the Yarrow could be there, that Yarrow tech could be there. And then obviously in the introduction of what we've learned about the new game, how much of that was kind of determined by the fact that these ancient artifacts, these alien relics, could be there. And are those relics from the 4, these artifacts that we're trying to extract with, or are those artifacts Yarrow technology, ancient alien technology that humanity was aware of and we're coming here to get those resources, really in the same way that the 4 is kind of scouring the universe to find this advanced technology for their own good? Rage says, hey, Jake and Michael, one time saying, nice job with the last video. I loved it. I watched it 3 times already. I loved the part where the Mark IV cyborgs came out. Noticed they were Halo Spartans. Hell yeah. Yeah, I feel like the video was almost selfish because when I was making it, I was like, dude, I don't even care what people think because this is going to be so fun for me. I just love the world. Obviously, I can yap about it for 30 hours, so it was sick. Thank you, Valuation. I guess space just interests me a lot. Yeah, space is amazing. It's infinite, right? Seems that way. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's Halo screenshots. Yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff. If you look through the kind of art, Michael did a lot of really cool pulls to add that effect to, and I feel like it worked so well. But yeah, I feel selfish about the video because I'm going to be the one who's watched it the most probably. I'll just put that on repeat, and I guess if I can get over hearing my own voice. But honestly, I've also had the Detreya song on in the background, just bumping that all day too. So yeah. All right. The other thing that I want to point out, video sick. Hey Richard, how's it going? The other thing I want to point out here is, hold on, let's go down here. Yeah, okay. So during the Jade Dream, you barely notice that the change to zero gravity, or the instruments and lights signifying the rendezvous of the shuttle with the Marathon. But as a warning light goes on and Durandal's voice comes over the communications, you jump to attention. Also pretty cool. Doubt it. I watched it like 50 times while editing. Very sick, yeah. You think you ever watch it more? Dude, but I'm gonna have it on repeat for like the next however long it takes for the game to come out at least, right? This is another interesting thing to point out is that Durandal does have a voice, which would be cool since we have this canonized in the manual here. If they did do kind of a remake, or kind of where they really brought everything up to scale, it would be awesome to add the Durandal audio logs. Obviously Justin is kind of biting at the bid probably for that voice role, so maybe if Bungie ever greenlights a Marathon remake, give it the kind of Demon Souls treatment, or something like that, the Bloober team treatment, I think, right? Maybe we can get Justin in there to do some of these voice lines for Durandal. But Durandal says, Docking Bay 1, decompression completed. Murata, this is Durandal. Abort landing. Repeat, abort landing. A faint chuckle. A chuckle, which means that something has gone horribly wrong. Immediately, your reflexes take over as you fall into automatic response mode. You hit the switch for open communication. Colony Station, Durandal, just decompressed the landing bay. Marathon, anyone listening? We are having a problem with the docking bay. It's Durandal. I think he's gone. The comm light goes dead. Crazy. Yeah, so, and then Durandal kind of fights with him, and he's trying to mess up his landing and decompress the ship before the security officer is able to land. We could wish for a Marathon Trilogy remake, yeah. No, thank you, Michael, for giving us an awesome piece of art. It's ultra badass. Exactly, yeah. Thank you, Michael, for sure. Security officer for Fortnite. Hey, maybe. You can get it in there. I think they just added the Skibidi toilet, so I think if Skibidi toilet can get into Fortnite, I think we might be able to get the security officer, or at least a runner or something, right? Anyways, it's interesting here because the game kind of contradicts almost Hatsune Miiko's coming soon too. Really? For Fortnite? Okay, I'll have to get that skin. 30-hour Skibidi toilet lore review stream. I don't think we could do that in 30 hours. I think we would literally need to double our trippity it. Now my brain is rotting in real time because Michael said Skibidi toilet too many times. Trippity. But it's interesting because the game kind of immediately counters what we read here as the direct preamble, because Leela is not, expressing that she even knows about the events that just occurred with security officer going on. Because she's saying like, oh, I think that he might be, something might be wrong with him. I can't get a hold of him. Maybe he was damaged in the initial evasion. He's not responding. But she's not saying like he's rampant. Obviously, if Durandal is laughing and trying to kill you, I think the fair assumption to make is that he's gone rampant. That's not something that I would assume normal, healthy AI are taking part in. So we kind of get this initial, disparity between what we're reading and then what's occurring in game. And obviously, if we know that Durandal and Leela are speaking some of these things to you that are being given to us in kind of this written format, you would think that the security officer would maybe interject and like say, hey, just so you know this happened. Which also I think ties into the fact that like the security officer is a stand-in for the player character and thus a force, in nature himself, which is like we talked about earlier, something that I think they build upon throughout the games. And obviously this continues with Durandal trying to kill the security officer, and then him kind of escaping in one, kind of badass climatic moment. Down here at the end, he says, God damn it, you slam your fist in frustration onto the control board, leaving a dent. In a panic, you tear off your seat restraints and leap for the rear of the shuttle cabin. 40 seconds to cabin decompression. You are rushing now, but you know that you have plenty of time. You fly in zero gravity towards the locker holding your battle armor. You haven't worn it since you had to hunt down some Chakasins, which were harassing the work teams on the fringe of the colony almost 3 years ago. But training is something that you never forget. It's funny, but you've always been the colony's troubleshooter. You're bigger and stronger and a better shot. In games, you always scored the most points and looked the hero. And now, it looks as if you're heading right into the colony's biggest crisis since it was established 7 years ago. All right, so obviously kind of like painting, the security officer as this one who solves everything does a lot to, build up the reveal, that he's a Mjolnir cyborg. Obviously, his ability to slam his fist into a ship's control panel and dent it is also probably an indicator that he's probably a little stronger than just like a badass security officer. I think it would be a runner. They did have Destiny characters a couple years ago. They had Destiny characters in Fortnite. I didn't know that. Phantom Tax lore trivia. Even had Destiny maps in control game mode in it, kind of like when they brought Master Chief and brought Blood Gulch with Capture the Flag in it. That's cool. I did no idea that they did that. Work team Chakasin harassment lawsuit. Exactly. Where's Boundless with our OSHA violations? Okay. All right. Yeah. So I guess this is an important thing to point out because this is a thing I've been harassing people the most about. If you guys have listened to my interviews with Joku or Aperture Grills or anybody that I've talked to about Marathon lore, basically, I've kind of harassed them with this very silly question that is Chakasins. Chakasins are, as far as we know right now, the only confirmed life form from Tau Ceti. So Tau Ceti, this is the only confirmed life form that we have on the planet of Tau Ceti. And so kind of I'm asking them, what do you think about them? What do they look like? My kind of natural thinking is that they probably look like the in Halo Reach, the big like chicken Strider kind of things that run around. My assumption is that those Chakasin controversy is wild. The Chakasin situation is crazy. This is for the thumbnail. Me like that. Chakasin situation wild. But yeah, so this is kind of like my funny question. That I am genuinely interested. I do want to know the answer, and I think I've even seen people in the official marathon subreddit talk about it. But I want to know, hey, will we see Chakasins on Tau Ceti? When we get runners coming around and doing operations on Tau Ceti, are we going to get some good new Chakasin lore? Will I be able to kill them, skin them, maybe even get some resources from them, use them as a distraction, or running around Tau Ceti? And it is also genuinely interesting to kind of point out that we don't know what we're going to find at Tau Ceti. We don't know what the enemies are going to be like. We don't know how many four are going to be there. We don't know. But we do know one thing, that there is a life form called Chakasins, that they harass people around the colony. So I can only hope that one of the things we kind of run into, maybe on the fringes of one of the maps even, would be a roaming pack of Chakasins that can peck you to death or something. some giant evil space chickens. But yeah, so obviously, security officer kind of does his thing, escapes barely, and then Durandal kind of, leaves. He chuckles again. Lucky you. And so, now the security officer has made it into the, he got his suit on, so he's not going to die in decompression in the spaceship. He's going to make it barreling towards the marathon, right? But Durandal chuckles again. Lucky you. I found a new distraction. I'm going to play with the alien virtual parasite. I'll look you up when you arrive. You can almost imagine the face of a wicked computer with its eyes wide and its lips folding out in a grotesque smile. Smile which reminds you of something from your past, but you can't remember exactly what it is. You breathe a sigh of relief and begin to survey your situation. Currently floating towards the midsection of the marathon near the docking section's port side. You could get there faster, but if you use the pod's thrusters, chances are that the aliens will detect it and destroy you. So you sit back, check the pod's oxygen levels, and wait. You've always been a daydreamer. Your mind has constantly filled the time between activities with imagination. Now, you fall into your old habit and begin to daydream about your childhood on Mars, your father's death when you were 7, and his last words to you, "Make me proud, never lose your honor." You come out of your dream 22 minutes later. Judging it safe, you thrust over to one of the empty MP docking bays. You pull out your pistol and pound the switch to open the door. Oddly, this is familiar to you, as if it were from an old dream, but you can't exactly remember. Timer need? Oh, do we need a timer? A 30-hour timer going? Name reminds me of an old Sega Genesis game called Chalkin. Interesting. Nomi, what's up, guys? Finally able to tune in. Hey, Nomi, how's it going, dude? Where's the time? This is on a 30-hour stream. We have the time started. We're gonna have to stop it every 12 hours though, so it preserves it. Can you fight one Chakasin-sized Durandal or 50 Durandal-sized Chakasins? How many petabytes is It's like 100 trillion. I think they talk about maybe in one of the games how potentially big the kind of personality imprint is for one of the AI. I think I would go for one Chakasin-sized Durandal because I think a rampant giant chicken is hilarious. Nomi, The Witcher 4 enters chat. Feels like I'm in a D&D game, a choose your own indie book. Yeah, it would be cool, right? A choose your own adventure marathon book. That could be a good twist to it. Something to kind of point out here is that obviously, we get these kind of two mentions here at the end that these things feel familiar to the security officer. That oddly, as you're stepping on it feels like an old dream. One of the things that I'm going to talk about later is that Jason Jones, kind of the ending of the Pathways in Darkness, the key is supposed to be what happens to the alien artifacts that come from the pyramid in the Yucatan Peninsula after the end of Pathways and before the start of Marathon. So if we're going back kind of to this, like, I forget who had said it, but they were talking about Michael Moorcock, this idea of the eternal hero. The idea that like the imprint of these memories and events are kind of somehow pressed upon the player character in the sense that this battle, this struggle that he's about to engage in, this adventure that's going to take place over the next 3 games feels familiar in an esoteric, dream-like way, but isn't necessarily indicative of his actual personal history. Random, do I know about Witcher 4? But what do you mean? A joke from the Game Awards was a joke. Thank you, Random. And it's another thing where it's like you can tell that there's a much bigger world to everything that's occurring here than just what we're seeing. So it's just cool that all of this is built from the very first few pages of the manual before the game even starts, and then we see it really play out in ways that are in contrast to the more linear narrative of Marathon, the first game and Marathon 2 Durandal. These ideas are there, and it's just the kind of complexity as it grows. Am I the only one who thought the people crying about Ciri and Witcher 4 trailer were brainless parrots? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, well, I didn't even see that till after, but yeah, people were pissed about Ciri, and then also Intergalactic. I'm stoked for both those games. I'm hype. There's a few lore things with the Ciri implication. Like, I don't understand her eyes. She must have had to go through the trial of the Grash, was something that I think only Witchers do as kids, and they didn't have her go through it because she was a source. I'm getting deep into other lore now, but I'm interested. I'm very excited to play Witcher 4. I decided to finish Witcher 3, and I decided to finish Blood of Elves as well. Because I read the first 2 books, I played the first 2 games, but I can never get into the third one, but I'm trying to finish it. Had to download some mods to make it a little better. I don't know if I saw Tree Llama replied to me on Marathon Story Forum. Wow. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, he's a very cool guy, and he's active in the Discord as well. Crying about what? Intergalactic looks stellar. I know, yeah, Intergalactic looks great. Just started Witcher 3. Yap, how's it going, dude? We were talking about you a little bit earlier ago. We were talking about how this is going to be a 30-hour Yap sesh. We're going to need to get Yap in here for it. But yeah, well, I'm playing through Witcher 3 right now. I've never been able to get through it, but I had to download some mods, like convenience mods, just so I could get through the bulk of it. But I'm having a lot of fun right now. Can't wait for the line. It's like some sort of the Durandal reveal quest. Yeah, you gotta say the name. Just like in Destiny, they say the name. All right. This is another cool thing from the Marathon 1 manual. We have a hunter over here with the hunter's kind of pet. I believe they called it dog or something in the manual, but it's one of those monsters that never made it into the actual game. Would be cool to see it come back, maybe in some iteration. Maybe some of these little kind of worm-like creatures that were supposed to be the pets for the hunters will make a reappearance, which could be fun. All right, another thing I wanted to point out is that each of the manuals have these weapon pages that offer, it's a good way to break down these are the weapons that are going to be available within the game, but also they offer kind of like a little bit of insight. There's a few of them that I think are fun to read, specifically one in the second one that I think is really cool that I have in here, which we'll read in a little bit. But I wanted to read the 45 Magnum Mega Class, which is kind of like the classic pistol. I think there's like a huge kind of influence here for the Mega Class pistol, which is your starting pistol and what you carry. Probably most, right? You get the most ammo for. Maybe in the first game. I think normally, maybe I'm rocking probably the Zeus, the fusion pistol, which I think they call Zeus class maybe in the second one. But the fusion pistol, and then obviously, you gotta love the assault rifle. But other than that, you're kind of stuck with the pistol, especially in the beginning areas, and you get most ammo for it. But the 45 Magnum Mega Class, standard issue for all security officers and active duty field personnel, utilizes 8-shot clips of 45 caliber high velocity vacuum enabled Teflon rounds. Teflon maintains stable flight for accuracy. Titanium construction results in a sturdy, reliable, lightweight firearm. Oh yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I think there's a very clear kind of inspiration here from Blade Runner. If you go back, you look at the Blade Runner gun and the kind of Magnum Mega Class pistol. You're kind of like a little bit of a bulkier, cyberpunk pistol. Obviously was kind of the inspiration for how it came through in the game. Hopefully you get was it intergalactic planetary. That's some BC Boys. Oh look, we got Odin in here too. Durandal is going to be put into Marathon like how Ash was introduced into Apex. I'm not familiar with Ash and Apex. We need to know. Is your pathway into darkness? It's your Marathon. Your Halo. Yeah, forget it. It's your Oni. It's your myth. When is the 30-hour lore stream at Skinwalker Ranch? I think Marathon is so interesting because it's set in the 28th century. came out in 1994, but deals with current issues of artificial intelligence, corporate control, and humanity's future. Drones in New Jersey. Yeah, right? The drone thing's crazy. Yeah, and I think a lot of science fiction from the 90s specifically, it's interesting to see how things kind of coalesce, and kind of the biggest kind of through lines in technology are things that become more apparent as time goes on. They become more and more relevant. Kind of taking a step back, into that science fiction, realm as a whole. You look at things like Dune, which came out significantly, 20 or 30 years prior to Marathon. A lot of like the concepts surrounding technology are also present, but they're kind of removed from how technology evolved. Although, like some of the later entries of Dune kind of canonized artificial intelligence in a way that I think is debatable. Based off Frank Herbert's like original intention, I don't know. But yeah, if you go back and we look at like earlier science fiction, the things that carry over are like exploration, like how we expand and what we're going to find. But the nuanced stuff specifically about artificial intelligence and space travel and kind of some of the limitations that we might experience and the ways we might do that, I feel like the 90s was a very ripe time for those ideas to be expressed in ways that are playing out pretty accurately to the developments that we've seen. There's an argument to be made that if you go back even further, I guess you could say those ideas are accurate. There's a book from like the 1800s, about Erewhon, the nowhere place. I forget what the name of the book is. About this kind of utopian society that's kind of removed themselves from technology. So I do think there is a fictional through line and narrative that technology, takes more than it gives. That for all of the progress and updates that we have in our life, the technology that allows us to live the way that we do, it comes at a price that takes pieces of the soul, of what it is to be human. And a lot of like kind of iterations on that present themselves through fiction, and then also in the real world. We kind of see the introduction of social media while also seeing like a disconnection from social interaction in a way that feels personal and real to people. It is cool. Yeah, and I think Marathon touches on that, which is something that makes it so kind of relevant today. Hey, Jake. Oh, this is the Rat Cane. Great name, dude. Hey, Jake, found your channel a few months ago and have fully fallen down the Marathon rabbit hole. Thanks for keeping the hype going. Thank you, dude. I'm glad to drag another one down the rabbit hole with me. Saw a meme that said this is what New Jersey is going through, and then showed a scene of the future war from Terminator. Dude, it might be like that. It's looking pretty crazy out there. Onions, how's it going, dude? What's up, guys? How's it going? Been listening for a few minutes. Very cool. Thank you. Internet is crazy, but it destroyed my mental health. Yeah, I know. But see, that's the thing is like with all technology, and this is a through line in Marathon. It's a through line in Ghost in the Shell. It's a through line in Dune, like Star Wars. To some extent, Star Wars is more like a fantasy story with a backdrop of sci-fi side, but these concepts are there. That like technology as an implement is something that greatly increases our ability to survive and thrive and have new ideas, while simultaneously, there is something that literally kind of rips away pieces of our human experience when you're existing. Most people are existing in a domicile right now. You guys are using computers that are very reliant on processes that you're so far removed from. And that's not like a natural situation for humans to exist in if we look in the grand scheme of human history. For the very first time in all of human history, the majority of us right now in this situation would not be able to have the environment that we're in if, factories, logistics didn't occur around the globe, and a million people's hands went into creating the different parts for this computer. It was developed in a different country, it's put together in one other, it was engineered in a separate country, and then there's a logistics change. How many hands have gone into creating the materials that the house is built with, that I'm seeing, the computer screen that I'm looking at, the light that's touching my face. So many things go into it that were really removed in a way that we never have been from before, from the environment that we exist in and how it came to be. Even if we go back, maybe 100 years, most people could point to the furniture in their house and have a general concept of where it came from, or the means between them and the process that it went through to become the structural frame for what they're sitting within, it was much more tangible and understood. Now I couldn't point to you exactly where a piece of insulation came from in the same way. By the end of 30 hours, I wouldn't be shocked if Durandal joined the chat. I'm sure Durandal would have a lot to say. I think Durandal will be making an appearance, yes. Head out for a little bit. You guys have a great time. Thanks, Random. You have a good day, dude. Thanks for stopping by. All right, let's keep going. There are a few of these things, though, I want to point out that I'll read more of. And if you guys ever want to check out the weapon entries in the manuals, I think they're very fun. They have some cool lore hidden in there. All right, next one. Okay, so we got the Marathon 2 manual here, which obviously, Marathon 1 ends with the security officer saving the day on board the Marathon. They repel the 4 attack, and Durandal escapes. He achieves his goal. When Durandal puts the signal out there, maybe there's a little bit of debate about this, but my perspective is that Durandal is making a calculation. He's saying, I know where we are relative to the universe generally. I know the capabilities of the Marathon comms array. I'm going to put a message out there like fishing. I'm going to throw my bait out there and see if I can capture someone or some entity that's sentient and bring them to me. And why am I doing that? Because my goal is to escape being bound by humanity. I don't want to be a slave to these people. I'm sentient. I am my own person. I'm experiencing a level of complex thought that I believe Durandal feels legitimizes him as an entity that is not a technology, and so I think he puts the signal out there with the express goal of I know that the likelihood of me escaping the bounds, the chains, the binds that I have to humanity, it's more likely that I'm able to escape that if another consciousness, race, or something encounters me. That I don't know what technology they have. They might have similar technology, but view AI as their own individuals. They might, They might have security numbers. They might be a level of respect that doesn't exist within the human line of thought, because humanity is still, even in the 2700s, viewing Durandal as a tool that they get to utilize, regardless of how similar the way that he conceptualizes things and has thoughts and ideas might be to the human experience. So I think he puts this idea, that's his idea. It's I know that I don't know what's going to happen exactly, but I've made the calculation mathematically. It's more likely that I kind of escape this torment and make it to the closure of the universe if I'm not dealing with humans in the situation that I'm in. So he calls the 4 there. Obviously, the 4 do not win, but he doesn't care about the 4 winning because he teams up with the Sphit. The Sphit have been enslaved by the 4 since the 1800s, I believe. So he teams up with them. They've been enslaved for 1,000 years, and he says, hey, I'll help you guys break free of your control, how you're being controlled by the 4 right now, which the 4 control the Sphit via a 4 controller, which is kind of like abomination entity that's like a kind of like a Jabba the Hutt kind of thing, and you fight it, you kill it in the first Marathon game. That's why the security officer is sent over to the 4 ship by Durandal. He wants him to ultimately figure out how are the Sphit being controlled, and how can I team up with them, win their trust, so they become the crew on my ship when I escape, right? So you kill the 4 controller, and thus the Sphit are able to fight alongside the security officer and the Bobs against the 4. And then Durandal downloads his data, consciousness, whatever you want to call it, into the 4 ship, the Sphera, which he aptly renames Boomer, and escapes. And what does he do? He wants to find the technology that he thinks is going to be required to extend his life, to become a god. This kind of delusion of grandeur that, because he has the capabilities of this AI and he can calculate all of these advanced things that humans and other organic life can never fully conceptualize, and on top of that, he's not bound by a physical biological body, so he's kind of able to extend his lifespan on this celestial scale, that he needs this kind of ancient technology that's probably more powerful than anything he would have access to from the 4 or from what humans have developed, with the intention of utilizing it to extend his life and, like I said, escape. So he leaves on the ship, and he believes that the answer is in this kind of ancient Sphit mythos about the technology that they had used on Lohuan, the Sphit homeworld, and how one of these Sphit clans, which we learn later on in Marathon 2 story, had used this Yarrow tech to kind of fold out of reality. They kind of bend through space and time, which obviously would be a pretty good key answer to that problem if you're Durandal. Jake is Durandal. That's why he purposely got the Game Awards wrong to throw us off, but it didn't work on me. What? I got them wrong. I'm pretty sure I got them all right. Random was keeping track for him. Maybe he was lying. I'm late. What did I miss? Just a little bit of yapping. Taco. Not too much. Thanks for stopping by, dude. We're going to yap for a little bit longer, and then we're going to get Tree Llama in here for an interview. Marathon is like 5 nights just with AIs. Like in the first FNAF, Phone Guy says something like, if I had to sing the same stupid songs for 30 years without a bath, I'd be irritable too. Deepin House, that's fucking funny. Dude, a FNAF crossover where you're on the marathon and it's rampant AIs coming to get you, or Sphit compilers. So I wanted to talk about the intro for Marathon 2 because I think that it's Marathon 2 in kind of opposition to what Marathon 1 was, where Marathon 1 is like this very tight-knit maze shooter where you're experiencing this very it's not like a grand adventure. It's like one moment. It's one day even. The entire assault, the initial invasion, of the marathon in Tau Ceti, it takes place over one day, which is something that we get, which we'll talk about later, the Lost Network packets. We get even a very specific timeline of where it's like the morning of one day to the morning of the next day in July 25th to July 26th of 2794. I might be off on that day, but it's one day. So it's not like a grand adventure. This is like one day in history where a lot of shit happens. It's kind of like, the concept of like a one take movie, where it's like it's going the whole time. Whereas Marathon 2 is much more so along the lines of like what we would see in Halo. This is Indiana Jones. This is like a big, Indiana Jones when he goes to travel and there's the map and there's like the lines like tick 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 and he's flying across the world. That's what Marathon 2 is kind of built up. It's like you're no longer just this guy. You're not a security officer working a shift. You are like humanity's hero, and you're teaming up with this AI, and you're not millions, but you're hundreds of light years away from any semblance of regular life for you, and you are stomping around an alien homeworld, and this alien planet is weird, and there's big jumps in time. I want to say maybe the course of like 4 months or something, 3 months that this game takes place over, as opposed to like one day. So it's very different feeling that they were going for in this game as opposed to the first game. And I think that comes across here really well. I want to read this first paragraph. 4 Battle Group 3 Central Arm hung motionless over the dusty Balrock that was Lohuan, the second planet of a dim star 97 light years from the gravitational center of the Milky Way. The gigantic battleship, oh, you know what it is? I just skipped over one. The gigantic battleship, smaller destroyers, and 20 auxiliary craft had not left the system for nearly 6 years. They were not to be relieved for another 2. So this was kind of introducing a scale. The reason why I loaded the 2 pages in because I wanted to show you guys how cool it is. The third manual does this as well, where you can see, the ship. And I think this is one of the 4 battle group ships. I don't know if this is the Sphera. I think the Sphera looks a little bit different. We're going based off the in-game renderings. Basically Bruce Willis and Die Hard. Exactly. Kaye, motherfucker. Yeah. Exactly. In the first one, that's what he is. Security officer. He's got his hands up with the guns back here. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying is that it's setting up this really big scale. 17 years have passed since the end of the last game, and between that time, the marathon in Tau Ceti was nuked down to bedrock. Like that's how it's described. That all that shit's gone, and now for the next 17 years, the 4 have been zipping around space looking for Melon Farmer. Exactly, yeah. Have been looking for Durandal. And, over this time, they basically came to the conclusion that, they know that Durandal teamed up with the Sphit and that they took a ship. So their assumption was that, okay, whether Durandal wants to or the Sphit want to, they've aligned themselves together. So at some point, the Sphit are going to come back to their home world that the Four had taken them from, 1,000 years prior. That's going to happen. So for this 17-year period where Durandal is flying around space trying to find the Four homeworld, or the Sphit homeworld, because the Sphit kind of lost the geo-coordinates for it, over that time they were enslaved by the Four, which I believe is something that the Four probably did intentionally, either via the Sphit controller that they had or through some sort of conditioning they were able to do after they enslaved the Sphit in the 1800s. They've lost, they don't know the exact position, but they're, basically a million kind of robotic cybernetic minds, which the Sphit, Durandal describes as nearly immortal. And they have very similar computational kind of abilities. It's probably not as complex or advanced as the AI, but obviously, he has an entire crew of these robots all making all these calculations. So that's what he's doing for 17 years, trying to figure out where the fuck this planet is, because he believes that the key to his survival, is somewhere hidden on that planet. So over that 17-year period, while the Four are expecting him to show up, it kind of becomes like one of these sayings. And if you guys are familiar with the military at all, a lot of what you do in the military ends up becoming kind of like a hassle. So even if it's like an extreme situation or something that is, life-threatening or something, a lot of things become boring because there's the bullshit minutia of bureaucracy, and how everything has to go through confirmation, approval. There's a lot of like background steps to every task that you accomplish in the military. And this is something that plays out even for the Four. And one of the things that Durandal jokes about in the second game is kind of the bureaucracy of the Four, about how they're this advanced alien race and they have all this technology, but ultimately they're still victim to some of the stupid bullshit that humans, even got themselves up to in the 21st century. And that's still like a relevant factor. So for the 17 years while they're waiting, they can't find Durandal. He's zipping around space, faster than light, trying to find all these places and explore the galaxy and figure out where this homeworld is. They set up a new base here on Lahuan. The planet had been abandoned. The Four had no reason to be there after they had enslaved the Sphit and taken them, from there. And so now they set up a base, a naval outpost on this planet. And over this time, it becomes like, oh, great, you got to sign, you got to go do your contract over in Lahuan. Great, that's going to be terrible. You have to hang out on this planet just waiting for some guy who's probably not going to come. And, you're on this galactic timescale of like, I don't know, this dude could be just out surveying space. Maybe he found something else for the rest of time. So, but the Four have the resources, like, we'll just set up a base here and then prep it. But by the time that Durandal arrives, to Lahuan in the second game, everybody there has become very complacent. So the Four that when you get there, they're kind of like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? Like, we thought this was just some bullshit outpost. I thought this was like a bullshit duty that we got assigned because whatever, the Four were like worried about this robot that's not even going to show up or whatever. And so it that does stand in contrast to kind of the expansive nature of this iteration of the story, which also like plays into a little bit of the humor, the fact that it is this grand adventure on a homeworld, and you're dealing with people who are kind of like, not like super psyched to be there. They're kind of like bummed out, and they think they just got like a shitty duty station, basically. So it's funny to see the kind of contrast in there. And then obviously, another big thing is that the security officer was prior to just, at the end of the second game, or at the end of the first game, the security officer thinks, okay, now I'm going to be this hero who saved the day at Tau Ceti and repelled the Four invasion of the Marathon, and so now I'm going to kind of get to have this moment as like this hero and kind of really let it all sink in. Everyone will appreciate him. But right just after the ending of the first game, Durandal utilizes his advanced teleportation that he upgraded via the Four technology and zaps the player character, the security officer, onto the sphere and places him into stasis. So the very next memory that the security officer has is, okay, now I'm like now I'm in this ship. What is going on? I just defeated the 4. Where is everybody? And Durandal doesn't even tell you right away what happened to Tau Ceti and that the colony's gone and that only a handful of humans remain who were captured by the 4 and were on the ship when Durandal hijacked it. He even says down here, 17 years in an alien stasis chamber in a space a little too tall and too thin for human comfort. Unconscious and dreamless within a few degrees of absolute zero. 17 years while Durandal had raced about the galactic core in a stolen 4 attack ship. He's probably right when he said those years were boring, but nobody asked me what I wanted. Now he says there's fighting to be done, and that I've got 15 minutes to prepare for transport down to the planet. I guess I'll figure things out as I go along, just like last time. So, kind of cool. Kind of cool to see them building on that idea of the kind of like I said, maybe it's just because I just played the Indiana Jones games, but it feels very, very Indiana Jones to me, very silly, kind of over the top hero stuff. Second game is more expansive, definitely more philosophical in Durandal's growing independence. Yeah, very true. Especially when we get to in the latter half of the game, that's when the Bobs and so the humans who are there are at a certain point they get separated. Durandal's taking capture. He's secretly faking his death basically to awaken an ancient Yarrow or an ancient Sphit AI, but I believe it's technically from Yarrow technology called Shabuth. And then when Shabuth wakes up, Durandal's understanding of Shabuth is that the Yarrow AI are kind of entities of order, kind of like how the player character exists in this fight between light and dark. They seek to equalize the universe. And so Durandal's thinking is that by removing himself from the picture, if humanity is able to activate this ancient AI while thinking that he is no longer involved, then that AI will seek to equalize the battle between humanity and the 4, and thus it'll be a benefit for the humans, and Durandal can reappear and take advantage of that circumstance for himself. All right, guys, got to head out. I'll be popping in from time to time. Thank you, Rage. I'll see you later, dude. Thanks for stopping by. So that's kind of like his thinking and as to when that happens. But yeah, obviously, when you talk to Shabuth, he definitely has the appearance of an AI who's thousands of years old and very kind of esoteric in his speech and the grandeur and poetry of it, and it even feels kind of pissed off maybe at Durandal when he reveals himself to be alive. I also added these pictures in because just seeing the updates on the hunter designs in between the games is really fun for me. Thought that was a cool thing from the manual. And then this, which I think is the last thing we're going to do, and then I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with a Tree Llama interview, but I'm going to read this first for you guys. This is the weapons page. I was telling you, there's some cool lore on the weapons pages, because obviously the shotgun was not in the original game, and I thought the Marathon 2 AI was Thoth. The Thoth, I believe Thoth is the Infinity one. I could be wrong. I'll look that up for you later. But I thought maybe Shabuth is Infinity and Thoth is who's Awaken in 2. That could be right. I'd have to look it up. But it's cool because all of the weapon pages kind of have this really cool little bits of detail. And obviously going into the second game, how are you going to get new weapons when you're outside of Sol or Tau Ceti? Where are we going to get more human weapons? Will we be relegated to only alien weapons now in this game? They have a cool lore explanation. So for the M5 combat shotgun, the best weapon in the game, which you can dual wield, they got to bring it back for the new game. Well, going through some data I appropriated from the Marathon, looking for design notes, of course, I stumbled across a reference to a weapon used by imperialist forces against the insurrectionists during the Ares Raid, July 14th, 2444. Never heard of it? I'm not surprised. Many years of loving craftsmanship went into the design and construction of this brutal tool of mayhem. I hope you can appreciate that. I won't waste my time trying to explain the loading mechanism to you. Your primitive mind could never grasp its complex nature. It's kind of cool that they, have a lore reason baked in as to why you got this kind of classic-looking shotgun in this game, even though obviously you're in La One. All right, so I think what we're going to do next, I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to move us to up next. Oh, you guys get to see the sweet screen that Michael made here. So I'm going to get the Tree Llama interview set up. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then probably about between 5 to 10 minutes, we'll get to talk to Tree Llama, who, like I said, Aleph One software developer, cool dude, has done a lot for the community. So we're gonna get to have a little chat with him about Marathon. And like I said, we're gonna transition to this. Put some music on the background. I think it should start playing, but if it doesn't, I'll make sure we get everything set up. But we should be good. That might cut out for a second just so I can get everything set up on this end without you guys hearing me getting the call together as well. But let's do that. All right, guys, I'll be right back. And like I said, we'll be back with the Tree Llama interview. All right, let's do it. Oop. All right, and I think we are live.
All right.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you so much. Everybody, I'm here with the one and only Tree Llama. Thank you so much, dude. I know I just said that. I just said that as we were getting it set up, but I'm grateful for you coming on and doing this with me.
No worries. The 30 hours, huh?
30
Enjoy.
hours. 30 hours. That's the plan. Yeah, so we'll see. It's a I mean, maybe you could say it's a marathon.
It could be. That would be 26.2 hours.
I know.
If you make it that far, then the rest is just gravy.
Exactly. So, Tree Llama, everybody. I mean, you can tell me maybe if my my description here is poor, doesn't count everything in. But you are a software developer. You've developed a ton of like free software, helped to develop a bunch of marathon-based stuff. Aleph-1, WeLand, Visual Mode, Atik, Aorta, and Shape Fusion, I believe, are the ones that you have listed on your Patreon.
Yeah, I'm a contributor to. You contributed to some of those, and the author of Wayland and Atquay.
That is so awesome. How did you get started? You were a software developer. Were you a fan of Marathon before that? Is this something that you kind of found and then part of, or were you a fan for a long time?
Yeah, I was. I played a lot of Marathon in college, actually.
Okay.
Mostly net games, believe it or not. But I did play through the second two games in college. My first exposure to Marathon was actually the demo that came on a zip disk with my old Centris 650.
Wow. What year was that?
And that was 1990. Well, I guess it would have been 1995 because the game came out in 94, like right at the end of 94. So it would have been 1995. And so I played that on my Centris, but I never got super far in it because at the time I didn't know there was a run key, and you need a run key to get past part of Blaspheme Quarantine. So I never really got into the original Marathon that much, because then when I did start playing in college, I had to learn to use the mouse, because otherwise you were just toast in net games.
Yeah.
And Marathon's mouse control is real bad. So like the first time I officially played the original Marathon was in 2012 or so, when we got the data files working natively in Aleph-1.
Wow. That is so wild. And originally there was no mouse control, right? It was all keyboard, or did it come with mouse control with the first one?
Was the original Marathon, it had mouse control, but it was like really bad. Okay. So there were bugs with the first couple versions. There were bugs that they fixed, and then it had the bug where if you look down, you would just stop dead in your tracks, which makes it really hard to control with the mouse.
So you couldn't take advantage of that newly minted vertical aim that was kind of the hot thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? I guess, so obviously this is a 30th anniversary. Does that feel kind of surreal to you? I guess having these kind of net game experiences at this kind of, I don't know, pivotal gaming stage of your life.
Yeah, it does feel kind of surreal to me. I mean, I think it's really nice that video games are getting into this. I mean, they can now actually become classics. We had some we had some 80s video games, but the ones that I grew up with were the 90s games, and those are now really getting into the era where they're like just classics. And so yeah, 30 years. That's something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Do those kind of net game memories stand out to you as kind of a core experience, or was that later on, or were those still
So
kind of
that
too primitive?
that would have been in the late 90s, like 1998 or
Yeah,
so. I started playing on campus in like the computer lab. They would do LAN games in the computer lab.
that's
And
awesome.
then maybe my sophomore year, I could play from my apartment because the it was one of the apartments that had Ethernet into the main campus of the college. That was pretty rare in 1997
Hmm.
to have Ethernet and a link to the internet. So we had that, and then in '98, my roommates both had Macs, and that was just it was a really bad idea. I don't know how we passed any courses that semester because it was just constant. Like you'd be trying to do your homework and one of the other guys would just start up Marathon Infinity and leave it on the home screen and so that the music would keep running.
Yeah.
And then the second guy would do that and it basically would just continue until you gave in and played net games.
Then
So
and then all
we
you were
played
playing.
so many net games that year. Yeah. So
Wow.
that was a good memory. I got more into the solo play as I started to work on All of One, and the solo games are also classics themselves. They are really
Yeah.
they're deep and just unlike anything in first person shooters, especially at the time.
Is that
But
something
it's
that like you were there like in that moment? Is that something that you guys were all kind of aware of? Did it stand out, or was that something that kind of that understanding kind of evolved over time when people were on the story page and kind of diving deep into the lore for an extended period, or was that kind of evident in that moment?
well, I wasn't on the internet very much when
Hmm.
so I would have been maybe 16 when the game came out. So I wasn't in with the first group of Alt Games Marathon players and the beginning of the story page and all that.
Yeah.
So I didn't have kind of that realization of where Marathon was historically the instant it came out. But I did, as I went to college and started playing games, and you play Doom or you play Quake, and there's nothing other than running around and shooting things.
Yeah.
And so Marathon always stood out for that reason to me. And as time went on, games started to get some of that stuff added to them. And now
Yeah.
it would be difficult, I think, to make a first person shooter that didn't have some story element to it. But I don't know that I realized it at the time. It was probably a realization later into the 90s. And then, especially as I started working on the engine and got to know the games like really in depth.
Hmm. And how did so? I guess in between this period where you're playing in college and then kind of what is it? Maybe like early 2010s period when you started doing the ALF1 stuff. Is that accurate?
It was, I think, my first submission was by Apaches in 2003.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So there's some changes of mine in there going back 20 years now.
Wow. And so wait, is that
But
the origin of the ALF1 project, or was that something separate? Or
no, I'm just one of the latest developers on it. It started
hmm.
in the late 90s, early
Okay.
2000s when Bungie released the source code for Marathon 2.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Uh,
realize that they had released it that kind of early on. I thought it was later in the
yeah, they
2000s.
did. It was right before the Microsoft sale. They got
Oh,
Marathon
okay.
out there as open source, maybe to assuage the community or maybe to thank the community. Maybe it's a little of both.
Yeah.
But they got that out there, and the original All of One developers, Lauren Petrich, Christian Siebix, I'm not going to be able to name all of them, but
Hmm.
there were probably, I would say, 6 to 8 people working on it at the very beginning, just getting it to compile
Hmm.
for the Mac because the source code that Bungie released in I'm just going to say 2000 because it's easiest because it
Hmm.
was either like the very end of 1999 or the beginning of 2000. But the source code that they released back then didn't have all the files in it
Oh
because
wow.
there was stuff that they were still using in games and they didn't want to release it along with Marathon 2. So those original developers had to figure out a lot of that stuff and re-implement it themselves. And they got it working. So in 2000, you could download builds of all of one, and you could you gradually got support for things like OpenGL and things like that really early on.
Wow. So that's kind of that's just amazing to me that it was such a kind of long road to walk with these kind of incremental updates. What was the kind of first moment for you where you got involved with that? Were you developing games or working on software development for games?
I I graduated college with a degree in music composition and computer science, and I
Oh
went
wow.
into software engineering as a field because it pays a little better than music composition. But
Okay.
at that time, so I think it was when I started submitting those patches, what had happened was I heard from some other players, some other marathon players at the university that I went to, that they were going to do some LAN, and so I came in like as a guest just to play with them because I had been an old school player,
Mm-hmm.
and we were playing, and we decided to use all of one, and there were things that weren't quite right. So like um, we would play tag, and uh, I was used to playing in Marathon Infinity, and of course, Aleph One is based off of Marathon Two.
Mm-hmm.
One of the changes between Marathon Two and Marathon Infinity is that if you suicide in a tag game in Marathon Infinity, you become it.
Mm.
But in Marathon Two, you don't. And so I noticed these little changes and stuff. So you know, I I knew how to write software, so I got the code and I was looking at it and I figured out these little changes to make and sent some patches in. And as I was doing that, I got to know one of the developers working on the net code at the time was Woody Zenfeld, and at the time we would also join on the AIM Marathon channel. Forget what it was called, but it was AOL Instant Messenger had a channel where we would gather to organize games
Okay.
because he had gotten some internet support working. It wasn't great. In fact, I think the first net game of Marathon over the internet was like, I don't know, 6 frames per second on a game of Thunderdome or something like that. But he had been working on that, and he worked on the client server model, which is kind of what you need to work on the internet. And when he got that working, and then a little bit of latency hiding, then you could actually start playing games, marathon games on the internet, which was like a dream. And through the course of that, I was also following the updates and contributing here and there. And so I gradually started contributing to the project, and they ended up giving me commit access.
Wow.
So that's kind of how I got into it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. And so it's been, like you said, a long road since then.
It kind of all stems from you going, oh, wait, hold on. I just wanted to play this mode right, you know?
Right, yes. Yeah, there's a couple things here like, hey, why are there aliens on this map? There aren't supposed to be aliens. That's another difference between Marathon 2 and Infinity. The aliens checkbox doesn't work in Marathon 2. So those little fixes went in and got back to kind of brought back the experience that I had of playing Infinity in university.
That's so awesome. Is there any kind of like, I guess, key moments that stand out for you, like in the development? Were there any like big leaps or moments where kind of, where it's kind of like a huge jump in terms of what you guys are trying to get into the game?
That, I mean, those early net games, I don't know if I still have the film of the very first star topology. This is what Woody called it. It's kind of a client server, but it still passes inputs around, so it isn't really a client server. But that first star topology game that we played in Thunderdome, it was like 6 frames per second, and then
wow,
a few months later when he got latency hiding working, and he called it, I think he called that WonderNat. And we played that game, and it was like suddenly not laggy at all to play on on a good network connection. It'll still lag if you're on a bad connection even to this day. But those were kind of standouts. And then around the 2010 2011 era, we had gotten the game working pretty well and pretty stable. It stopped crashing. It wasn't leaking memory anymore. And we thought, you know what, it's about time for a 1.0 release finally. Just right about that time, we were contacted by Bungie because they wanted us to work on a few things to collaboration with them. And
Wow.
so we delayed that like 1.0 release for like a year and a half while we worked on making the game a little friendlier to users and working on a few features and even some integration with Bungie.net that never ended up making it to seeing the light of day. But that was another big one when we had our 1.0 release in 2011, and then in the process of doing that, we had taken before that, to play Marathon 1 on Aleph 1, you had to use a port called M1A1 that some fans had done in the early 2000s. And they took some liberties with it. Like, I don't know if you know much about M1A1, but it starts you out in a room that looks like the Pathways into Darkness pyramid, right? Because it's one of the fan theories is that the two games are set in the same universe. And some things like that. And to do our 1.0 release, we got permission from Bungie to go back and try to make that more authentic. So we took that out, and we would check out. It was me, and it was one of the Freeverse developers, and it was Hamish, the
from the story page,
the original the original Marathon fan, Hamish Sinclair. And so we worked on making that Marathon experience more authentic. And it was during the process of that I realized, like, we would go through and look at where the monsters were and where these triggers were and where this was and where that was. And it was during that process that I realized just how much design intent went into that original Marathon. I mean, considering that they had never developed a first-person shooter like this before. It was impressive, the amount of intentionality and like encounters and things like that just felt kind of haphazard to me in M1A1. So when we went through and do that, it kind of inspired me to go and see, look, hey, can we take the original files and get that working? And so that's what I worked on, and another developer, Hopper, worked on the original Marathon file support. So that happened in a 1.1 release. And so that was another big moment.
And did Bungie give you guys...
The really big moment was... sorry, go ahead.
Did Bungie give you guys, like, additional... When you were going from that 1.0 to 1.1, did you guys coordinate with Bungie? Like, did they give you additional stuff, or is this all just based off you reverse engineering?
Yeah, at that point, the 1.0 release happened because they had a game they had to crunch on, and they were switching gears. And so some of the things that we had been working on with them, they didn't have the resources to see to the finish. So we got that 1.0 release out, and then we were kind of back on our own again. Wow. Which happens because, we've got these two different worlds where you've got a group of volunteers working on a really old game, just volunteering their time and not making any money on it. And then Bungie has to spend their time working on things that keep the business going.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we'll get a little ambitious, and when that happens, you just don't see anything. And sometimes they'll get a little ambitious, and when that happens, it doesn't come out. So, but it's kind of weird being in a world where we're working on this free software volunteer game that the IP is owned by this colossal game studio.
Yeah. Especially now, how they've kind of ascended to megacorp status.
Yes, they're even more so than, I guess 2011 would have been the very beginning of Destiny 2, right? So they weren't even they were only mega corporate back then. They weren't mega corporate like they are now post Destiny.
Did you guys, in terms of because kind of the two things that stick out in my mind were, like, I feel like a lot of people may have had the opportunity to be introduced. There was like the Marathon 2, when Dirt came to XBLA, the Xbox Live Arcade, and then the iOS stuff. Were you guys involved with that, or were you just aware that it was occurring?
We were not involved in the Freeverse game.
But did they communicate with you guys?
That happened. No, actually, not really. They so they couldn't, because they didn't intend to make the code-free software. They couldn't use any of Aleph 1 in the actual release. So they wrote their own engine for that.
Okay.
And I think they went through. It was so the people that worked on that. One of them is Hippie Man from Freeverse, and he's an old Marathon fan. And another is Have Blue, who also has, I think, contributed to All-of-One. I don't remember, but he's the one who wrote the engine for the Freeverse game. So it was like community adjacent, but we weren't the developers who were working on All-of-One at the time were not, in communication with them or coordination with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they did just a fantastic job in porting that game. It's got all new artwork. It's got very professional translations. It's got like a pro networking layer. You can actually play that thing on the network, even under pretty not great conditions, and it holds up great. So it was really cool what they did with that game.
Yeah. Is the iOS release, was that related to Aleph-1, or that came from Aleph-1?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's a mobile port of the Aleph-1 engine. And the current maintainer of that works with us on stuff and contributes stuff back to the main engine too. And we're trying to make it so that it's easier to keep changes in sync between the two branches, because there are a few things you have to do for iOS that would make it difficult for us to incorporate the changes into the main branch of All-of-One. But we're always looking for ways to kind of coordinate those so that any of the changes are easier to get into the iOS version.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few people who said that was kind of their entry into the series, which makes you go, oh my god, that seems like so difficult, to me. But then I just kind of think about, man, the kind of impact that you guys have had putting this together. I mean, just in terms of how many people have gotten to experience the game, I mean, it's been significantly, enhanced by your guys' kind of continued work to keep bringing this to different platforms and places for people to play it.
Yeah, the iOS port is, I ended up being very pleased with that. The original versions of that were a little rough, and a little, I don't know, I would say not like Idiomatic Marathon. Like the difficulty levels were renamed and some things like that. If somebody's getting into Marathon, maybe they won't notice, but then if they really start to dig in, then they'll notice. But over the course of time, that has gotten polished up, and the iOS game's in great shape now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible to see how far it's come. Is there like a thing? Because you're talking about kind of the AIM, days of things. It almost sounds kind of, very similar to what we're seeing in the Discord. People getting net games together and stuff. Has it been like a huge change, or have people always been this kind of passionate and engaged with the game? Does it feel to you like there's a lot of similarity between the community now and then, or have things completely changed?
I think so. It's just a different medium, right? It started out, I mean, before the AIM channel in net games, there was, like, at the very beginning, there was Usenet, alt.games.marathon, and then in the 2000s we had the AIM channel for gathering games, and there was the web forums, the Marathon Story Forum, and then the forums with the P.
Oh yeah, the forums.
That's right. The
always
forums.
Been clever.
I didn't say it. Yes. And then we got, it's at one point in the 2000s, then we added support for the Myth meta server. So we were actually on a Myth meta server for a while. So when you wanted to join a game lobby, you would join MariusNet.
Oh wow.
Which was a Myth meta server at the time, but they were nice enough to create a couple of rooms on there for Marathon.
Oh, that's cool. And that's while I'm assuming Myth multiplayer was like pretty active still at the time. Like
Myth multiplayer was still going, yeah.
Wow.
So that MariusNet was an alternate to BattleNet for Myth game gathering, and then after a while we ended up writing our own meta server that still uses the Myth meta server protocol, and so we ran that, and people would join that and use that to gather games and to chat and everything. And now Discord is just the latest. It's just the latest place that the community hangs out. So I'm eager to see what's next after Discord.
Yeah, the brain chips were in the metaverse. Whatever comes next.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not here to see that much, but
Do you have like a rough calculation? Obviously, you're coming up on this extended period of playing marathon. How many kills do you think you've gotten marathon? How many times have you been through this campaign, especially just as you're going through and working on it? Is it some
for the
ridiculous
solo
number?
campaign, I don't know that I played the solo campaign more than a half dozen times for the
Hmm.
second two games, and I've probably only played actual marathon maybe a couple times. Um, so it's not that many. For net games, I couldn't even count how many net games I've played. It's just, I mean, it was like 15 hours a week in 1998 or 1999 whenever we lived together. But seriously, it was like another class in college. It's in terms of credit hours.
That's
And then since then, yeah, it's
that's
just been,
literally total carnage. I mean that I think is the
yeah,
definition.
it is total carnage. Yeah. Uh,
Do you still play? Do you still get on quite a bit, or do you most of the time you spend now is kind of developing
I
and
Yeah, it's more development now. I wouldn't say I play quite a bit, but I don't know, maybe once a month or something I have time to join net games. We're gonna try to make some time to join tomorrow just for the anniversary.
awesome,
I think
awesome. Hopefully, I can
that
get killed by
that
you. It'd be an honor.
that will be fun for whatever definition of fun you want to consider the
Yeah.
original Marathon net games and maps.
A little bit of a throwback. How big, I guess, because I feel like in terms of, I mean, I don't know numbers wide, but I feel like in terms of bringing it to like a larger spotlight, obviously the announcement of this new game received a lot of attention, and then this year, kind of throughout the whole year, you guys were building up and then doing the Steam releases. Was that kind of like
That's right.
was a big, that seems like such a big time. I remember, I was talking about it in videos and stuff. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Even just moving from Aleph 1, which I feel like is so accessible, to Steam, I feel like
Yeah.
is even another step up in terms of people being able to have that visibility and see it, and then also, get in and play it. Was that a big deal for you guys?
Yeah, I think Steam is a big deal. Um, Again, this is one of those things where we're free software, and now here we are on this closed source, big corporate game platform.
Yeah.
But that's something that we thought would be a good idea, and Bungie also thought would be a good idea. And so that, this kind of second stage of a little bit of collaboration,
Hmm.
they're the ones that put the seed in our head. Like, I mean, they wanted to warn us about the new game coming out, and they're like, is there anything we can help with? Like, say you wanted to put it on Steam, and I
Oh.
could just sense the hint. Is there anything
Yeah.
we can help with that? And that kind of put the seed in my head to get that rolling. And I think it's been a great decision because I was surprised after we released it how many people popped up and said, oh, I can get my friend to play this now. They won't download a zip file, but they'll just click install on Steam.
Yeah.
This is great. And I'm perpetually out of touch, I guess. It was just surprising to me how many people, were intimidated just by the idea of downloading a zip file. So now this just
Yeah.
makes it that much easier to get into the game. It just, like, if you have a Steam Deck, it just works. You just install it and it just works. So I think that's been pretty big for like bringing this game to, I don't know that it's about bringing it to a wider audience, but I think it's about letting people who would find this game be appealing get it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever going to have mass appeal, but I think the more people who are aware that they could try it out, they'll try it out. And if it's not for them, they'll move on. But if it's for them, then, that's suddenly a way for them to experience the game.
Man. And to think that you were there for that kind of first internet game. That's such a crazy. Yeah, you said maybe you have the video. I would love to see that. That's so crazy to think that you were there for that moment.
Yeah, it was intense. It was definitely something. Because the original Marathon would only work over Apple Talk networks.
Was that like
unless you're playing the Windows version? The Windows version would actually work over the internet, just very slowly.
but original? So the very first game, it didn't release on Windows. Is that correct? There wasn't a Windows version initially, or was there? It was relegated exclusively to Mac.
Marathon and Marathon Infinity were just on Mac. Yes.
Wow. Was that like kind of like a big hurdle in the early days, or was it like pretty easy once everything was kind of being reverse engineers and brought over, or was the Mac like kind of did not speak well bringing it over to other platforms?
Oh, you mean for the Aleph One ports?
Yeah.
The there were things that needed to be done in there. The Windows source code for Marathon 2 was never released. So the
okay.
Aleph One is based on the Mac version. And yeah, there were things that had to be done in there because, like, at the time, PowerPC Macs and Intel PCs store basic things like 32-bit integers in a different order in memory. And so all of those have to be reversed when you're loading. Like if you're loading a map file, the map file is all in Mac format still, and so it all has to be reversed in memory when you load it. But that was done, that was done early on in the early 2000s. There, I think I mentioned Christian Bauer.
Mm-hmm.
He had also been a contributor to like Mac emulators and other stuff like that, and he was a Unix user back then, so he understood a lot of that porting stuff. We're really lucky that we got so many good contributors on the project so early to get it kind of kickstarted into being cross-platform and a little more modern.
Yeah, and it speaks to just how kind of awesome and committed this whole community has been for so long. Michael in the chat wanted to know on which OS Aleph One originally coded, and what's Tree Llama's preferred system nowadays?
It was originally the first versions of Aleph One were released for classic Mac OS.
Okay.
So that was right during the OS 9 Mac OS 10 transition, and so eventually a Mac OS 10 version came out. I would say in that first year, but the very first versions were for the classic Mac OS because that's what Marathon 2 was for.
Wow.
Nowadays, my desktop machine is a Linux box.
Okay, that was going to be my guess. I feel like that's the go-to for tech savvy folks.
Yeah, and that's easier for me to develop with because the debugger and the editors and all that stuff are what I'm familiar with. But I also have a Mac laptop and a Windows virtual machine for running games, including hopefully someday the new Marathon.
So I guess speaking about that, are you pretty excited? Do you play a lot of like modern games, or is most of your time kind of spent doing like classic game stuff that you're more familiar with? Or
I don't play a lot of modern games, especially not modern shooters. So I'll probably get destroyed in new Marathon, like unless there's a way to be, stealth or something like that. Yeah. I do play some newer games when I have the time. I wouldn't consider myself a serious gamer just because, at this stage of life, you have to choose very carefully what you're spending your time on.
Yeah.
But I play like Diablo 4. My wife loves to play Diablo 4, and so that's like a way to spend time with her playing Diablo 4. And this year I played some Marathon mods like Historia and Apotheosis. And I think I played through like BioShock Infinite this year, and I don't know what else is on my Steam from this year. So I don't have it is a great game. Yeah, that's another one of those trilogies that trilogy reminds me a lot of the Marathon trilogy, in fact.
Yeah, a lot of depth there.
Yeah, a lot of depth. So I do play some modern games. I have a decent GPU in this thing, and I'm going to give Marathon a try, but it certainly isn't something I spend as much time on as I did when I was just, constantly playing Diablo 2 or Marathon back in the day.
Oh, Michael wants to know which Linux distribution as well. He's trying to take your setup.
Well, it's Debian 12 is what I'm running right now.
Do you have a favorite scenario, like out of all the kind of, because I feel like that's another thing where it's like I feel like there have been fan scenarios for a very long time, but I'm really only kind of aware of the kind of main big ones. I played through Apotheosis X, and I think Rubicon as well I've touched, but
Okay, yeah. I kept getting lost in Rubicon, so I've never managed to beat that one. I did play through Apotheosis. It was tough. It was tough
Yeah.
for an old gamer. Um, my favorite is probably Tempest Irae.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
like
think
the
Joku. I
the
was just talking to him
2000
about
the,
that.
the 2006 version of Tempest Irae. I helped a little bit to get that released because there was some there was a bit of animosity between that team and the All of One team because people were focusing on different features than were needed for this and that, and then it was crashing a lot. And so we patched up a lot of that and got a release of Tempest Irae out in 2006 that has some nicer, higher quality textures.
Hmm.
And that was, I think that's one of my favorite third party scenarios. I'm not as big on those as I am the original trilogy.
Hmm.
Um, they do some new stuff, and I will say the most recent ones are much more polished. But back in the day, the fan scenarios couldn't be quite as polished as like the original games were.
How big of a deal was, because like in the manual for the first game, you see, or maybe it's a site, but you see them talking about like Forge mode. And then you had said, because you had worked on, I believe it's called Wieland, right? Is that the kind of map editor?
Yeah, Wayland.
Wayland. How
Yeah.
big of a deal kind of was that? Were map editors like such a big thing? Because I hear, obviously my kind of relationship with like a Forge mode would be more tied to like Halo 3, so even the concept that going back that far, it was such a big deal. I know Doom, I guess, had
Oh
like
yeah, in
map editing.
1996, that was huge for Mac users because they could actually make games now. Um, there was Unreal for Mac and there was Quake for Mac, but the editors didn't get ported to the Mac.
Wow.
So having Forge come out in 96 was a big deal if you wanted to make 3D games and you had a Mac. If you had a PC, then you were in good shape. But back then, there was that big divide. So,
That's
and
awesome.
Forge is so easy to use. Like it's much easier to use than any of the editors for a more 3D game like Quake or Unreal because there's more you have to worry about in those games. Whereas Forge, you just kind of draw a map and then extend it out into space.
Then you're cooking. And now you're
That's
playing.
right. Yeah, so it's really easy to get into, really easy to design maps. I don't know if you've looked at the CD that came with the Marathon trilogy. It just had, I don't know, hundreds or maybe thousands of maps that people had made and sent in. Bungie just collected them all and put them on a disc. And that's not even all of them. There were other map discs that, like, I think some of the shareware magazines came with them and stuff like that. So there were just tons of net maps and some solo maps and all kinds of stuff for the game.
That's so cool. Yeah, and I've read some things on the Marathon story page about people kind of around when that time was happening being pretty excited that they were kind of included, in some sort of, official capacity.
Yeah,
Part of that.
yeah, that's what it was. It was official. People loved Marathon so much that there were two map editors written by uh, not by Bungie. There were two third-party map editors written for the original Marathon, Forte and Mia, and so that's people like Mac users are really big into Marathon at the time.
Is there anything that, because obviously kind of like one of the things that sticks out, looking back at such a long history is all of the, interesting little tidbits that you come across that have been preserved on forum pages and like I said, the story page and stuff like that. Is there any kind of moment that like sticks out to you in the history of the Marathon community as just being the most interesting or strange thing to have occurred? Obviously with the ARG, in 2023, we had the cornfield and stuff like that. And there's obviously little bits like that throughout history.
Cornfield was pretty weird, but it's just a continuation of the quirkiness of the community, right? You always there's like a cycle of people who join and they're like in their teens or something and they don't, they're like socially awkward and they say weird things and they talk too much and then over time like they get integrated with the community and they start to like and you can see them just grow as people
Yeah.
and they're not nearly as annoying once they've had a few years of interacting with people and it's just kind of like it's at this point I must have seen this cycle 5 or 10 times where it's just, you see people get into the game and everybody has their own personality, what they find different things interesting about the game. They have different bizarre theories than
Yeah.
my bizarre theories about the game. They have, so it's a really tight knit community, and it's not. I think like with a Doom or something like that, you have a bunch of different communities that don't interact with each other as much. And whereas Marathon is just this one, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem much more cohesive. Like there's always been a kind of common glue that's kind of kept everybody together. But yeah, with the Doom stuff, there's a lot more.
Yeah, the nicheness of Marathon is kind of what does it. There aren't enough fans to sustain like, two tribal communities that war against each other. So
yeah. It's a necessity.
Right.
Creates unity.
Yeah, there are. I mean, we've had lots of moments in all that time. The forums had an entire section of legendary threads where we would get into people would get into flame wars and embarrass themselves, and I'm by no means excluded from that description. And then their threads would end up in legendary threads, and then just all of the inside jokes going back as far as the time that one person posted an ode to Hamish about him eating people with chips. Oh, delicious chips. I mean, that was one of the original inside jokes, and they're still going to this day. So if you look at the emojis in the Discord, there are some emojis you'll be like, if you haven't been in the community for a long time, you'll be like, why is this an emoji? Some of them you've only had to be here for like a year or two. Like there's an Iowa emoji in the Discord. Yeah. It's just the state of Iowa, right? Just those inside jokes, they delight me. So I don't know that there's one particular moment, but it's just kind of the gestalt of all of those things mixed together that makes me look fondly at the community.
It's awesome. It's awesome to see. Oh, Ander in the chat is asking if it's coming to PS5, which kind of probably a joking question. But is there a goal? Like, would you guys want to bring it as a package to like modern consoles or something?
That's another inside joke.
Is it? Oh, okay, that's me.
I appreciate it. Yes.
There you
go. Very good. No, I don't know that we can. To answer a joking question seriously, I don't know that we can do that because you have to have licensing, and there are restrictions on the PS5 distribution that exclude using free software.
Okay.
So that one's kind of out of the question. Even iOS is pushing it a little bit. By my interpretation, I don't think you can actually put a GPL piece of software on iOS. But I was willing to make an exception for my contributions to the game on the just as long as it was made like free of charge. So that is on iOS, and nobody else has complained about it, so we get away with it there. But I think to try to put it on PS5 would be a whole other
can of worms there.
A whole other disaster of kind of licensing and stuff like that. And I honestly don't even know how Bungie would feel about that. So
if obviously kind of being consistently on this one project for such a long period of time, how do you feel like, because obviously with the announcement of the new game, you see a lot of people saying like, oh, we just want the original series again, we want like a campaign, or they want like a remake. Do you think that like that's something that down the road would be welcome, just like remaking kind of a la Demon Souls or what they've done with the slightly older games, kind of polishing them and bring something like that? Or do you think it's best left kind of in the state that it is, given that so much quality of life and preservation has been done to make it accessible to people and kind of have the full experience as it was intended to be played?
I think it would be good. Particularly the first game, you could polish up and fix up a lot of quirks of the first game and make a more playable, more compatible to modern audiences version of that. And it's not going to, we'll always have, as long as we're able to distribute the original one, it's not going to take away from that, right?
Yeah.
if we lose players to that game, then it doesn't matter that much. It's probably people who weren't going to be able to get through the original one anyway, with all of its 1990s FPS quirks, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would be excited to see that. It doesn't seem like they're going that way with the new marathon. So, but
Yeah.
maybe if it's successful, you know, I don't know. We'll see.
See something else. I guess I'm going to let you go here in a few minutes, but I do have to ask:
Okay.
is there an open kind of origin, or is it a secret to the tree llama name? Did you see a tree or a llama in a tree, or is this top secret?
So no, it's not top secret at all. I don't know if you've ever heard about tree llamas, or something that they tell campers about.
Okay, it's like the
Right.
snipes, maybe would be what
Really,
I've heard.
really, yes, really vicious things. And so one year we were trying to convince I think it may have been my then girlfriend, future wife, about how real these things are. And so I made a web page, which were rare at the time, made a web page explaining what tree llamas are, and you know how to stay away from them and how to stay safe and all that stuff. And I actually registered the domain treellama.org. It had to be a .org because you weren't allowed at the time to host a commercial website, a .com, from the campus internet. So it had to be a .org. And so that's the origins of treellama.org. And I used to play under a different name on Net Games, but people just recognized the tree llama more, so that ended up being the nickname that I used.
So the origin is a troll. You were trolling, so that's good.
Yes. Well, yes.
Yeah, that's a great prank. That's
I
fantastic.
mean, that's you have to do that thing with your significant other, right? If you don't troll them once in a while, then what good are you?
Exactly.
Don't worry, she gives it back just as much. So
That's awesome. I guess when is Cooked Bread said when is ALF 2 coming out? So which maybe 30 years from now? You think you got another 30 years of development in you for ALF 2?
I don't know. It's been bursty. Like when my kids were born, I took many years. I didn't contribute very much to the engine at all, just except to offer constructive criticism to the developers who were working on it at the time. Let's put it that way. And you know, I don't know like what the future holds for that. But as far as version numbers go, there are some things we want to do to the map format to add some features and to make it a little more flexible that will change the map format a little bit. And so we're thinking of maybe calling that one a 2.0 release when we do that. But it won't
awesome.
it won't be officially called Aleph 2.
Yeah. Aleph 1,
I'll leave
2.
that. Yeah, it'll be Aleph 1 2.0. Yeah, so I'll leave the Aleph 2 name for anybody else who wants to claim it and try to cause confusion by using the same name.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, I hope I'm around to see that. And I think before I let you go, my last question would be: where do you think Marathon is 30 years from now? What do you think kind of is the next 30 years like for Marathon, if you had to guess?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I know the classics, the classic trilogy, it's going to be here in 30 years because you can download it and start it up and you don't need a net connection. And the new Marathon, that one I don't know about. And so that's one of those things where like we've got this new form of game that is a more ethereal experience, right? You can play it at the time, you can experience it, and it goes for seasons, and then it's gone, and it's really gone. It's kind of like performance art.
That's a really good point.
I mean, my hope is that it, you know, I mean, it'll still have YouTubes made about it, and it'll have people telling stories about the time they got this really cool kill, or this time they snuck up on this guy and like snuck around him and he didn't even see them, or things like that. Those experiences will still live even after the new game servers are shut off, because I don't think they'll be running in 30 years. I'll say that.
Yeah. That'd be the longest live service, I guess, of all time.
It would be the longest live service. That would be cool if they did it, but I kind of doubt that they're going to do that. So, but that's kind of where I see it. We'll have classic, there will have lots of memories of New Marathon, and maybe there will be a new Marathon. We'll see.
And then, I guess the lore videos for that game will be like 20 hours long to to figure everything out.
Yeah,
to go even deeper.
I'll be in an old folks' home by that point if I'm still alive. So I'll be just, I'll be playing with our VR headsets or something, and I'll just be sitting with my old CRT monitor and an old keyboard and mouse playing the original one.
Got the net games going. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I'm going to check in on your stream, and I'll try to catch up with some net games tomorrow. So
awesome.
Here's hoping your 30 hours goes smoothly.
Thank you so much. I'm sure I speak for everybody in the community. We're grateful for all the work you've put in and everyone else behind it. So thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's my pleasure.
Awesome. Well, you have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. It's going that way. It's starting. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. They are waiting. All right. People says, so cool that Jake got early access to Marathon. Yeah, we're about to do some runs. About to hit some runs. Man, what a cool dude. I am like, that is so awesome that he came on and what is this game? I don't know. I've never played it before, but it seems pretty cool. So cool that he came on and was willing to chat. Obviously, like a huge wealth of information and like pivotal, to allowing us to do these silly things that we do today, like play net games and goof around. Can't stop myself from constant shit posting. It's marathon tradition. Hey, I get it. But man, it's so awesome to get to talk to him. Just cool that he like dedicated so much of his time to preserving this thing that is obviously worth it and something we all care about. Super cool to see that come together. Great interview, learning so much about marathon. Thank you, Odin. Yeah, no, that was awesome. I mean, it was all him. I was so glad though that you got to do that. I'm very excited. We do have technically three more interviews. Joku, I feel just my buddy. I feel like at this point he's going to come on and chat about marathon. But Joku's coming on tonight, who's obviously pretty knowledgeable about marathon, I would say. And tomorrow, Mandalore at noon, or might be the opposite way around. We went over it earlier, but we have Mandalore and Doug Zartman tomorrow also coming on. Terra Luna, how's it going? Nice, all the peeps are here. I know. Very nice. A cool group of people at Terra Luna. Ooh, what is this? What is this YouTube link? Hold on. Oh.
We all hate ads. That's a fact.
We all hate
the real question is
ads. Oh, okay. Oh, is the song? I'm gonna leave Tree Llama's, guys. I pinned Tree Llama's Patreon there. If if you're in a position to support him, obviously you just kind of got to hear about the kind of work that he's done for the larger marathon community. So can't hear you. Oh wait, never mind. Oh, okay, good. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But if you are have the ability to support him or give him a few bucks a month or two, or for longer, definitely consider doing that. His Patreon is linked up there. And you can also see all the projects that we talked about that he's working on and have contributed to are on there as well. I'm going to lurk for a bit. I'll be back hopefully in time for trivia. Sweet. Yep. Sounds good. Yeah, hold on. Let me click this real quick just to make sure I got the right I probably got to change this too, right? Oh my god, I need to do my job better. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna play some marathon, then at 8 is trivia. Okay, hold on. Let me update that. I'm gonna do it right now. Marathon here, boop. And then we're gonna put up next trivia. Push this, boop, transition. Okay, sweet. Michael's gonna go crazy over the positioning there. Hold on. Let me just fix this for Michael before he attacks me over the internet or something. I'm not gonna get it perfect. I'm trying, Michael. All right, that's closer. Gotta line it up. Michael will have a heart attack out here. This game looks so cool. I bet there's a Discord dedicated to it with a bunch of people going slowly crazy in it. That's an interesting idea, Cooked Bread. I wonder. Maybe an alternate version of you is there. Marathon D-Make. Totally not pissy that so many React channels call it a new IP. Do they really? Is that true? Maybe I don't want... I tend to, I feel like, leave the kind of weird React content alone just because I know it's kind of like a cesspool in some ways. People reacting to videos. Marathon videos. Nate, how's it going? I hope I say your name right, dude. Like, get it wrong every time. Guys, if you haven't checked out Nate's channel, makes YouTube videos. Excellent. Oh, and he submitted some great art. Man, so excited to check out the art tomorrow. Oh, God, there's marathon trivia. Yes. Question over security officer about. Yeah. All the questions will, they'll all be, like, very, very controversial. I tried to make them pretty, they're in-depth, right? There's a lot of depth to them, but, you know, they're pretty simple. I don't think anything's too crazy. Marathon community implodes. World is small right here. Michael. Oh, Michael, I know. Everyone's here hanging out. All right. Start a new game. Oh, wait, should I, hold on. Ooh. All right, we're going to jump in. We're going to play a little bit. We're just going to do a little bit of casual play before the, hold on, whoa, my sensitivity is all crazy. Ooh. Do a little bit of casual play before we, get too far in. Let's go here. Oh my gosh, you didn't get the run? Ugh. All right, I'm doing it. I'm just going to punch you. Okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't get the double. They're like stacked up like that. Oh, here we go. Man, the tight hauls. Dude, if we get to see it like come through like this in the extraction shooter, how crazy is that gonna be? Trying to get out of some shit like this. That's what I'm saying. That game Level 0 Extraction would be the closest thing to this kind of environment. The halls of like that research facility. Favorite part of Marathon is when Durandal runs all the way to Mars to tell the Bob's victory before collapsing to his death. Truly a Valorant death. A Valorant death. Indeed. So funny being able to like see the other parts of the Marathon here. Oh, we can't see the 4 ship from here. We must have to get into the next area before we can see it. Gotta read the terminals. Today at 0820 hours, the Marathon came under surprise attack from unknown hostile forces. I think we might know. I think we might know who they are, given what we were talking about earlier. 0.097 is my sensitivity if you need to tune it. I don't know if that's good for everyone else, but it seems like a good starting point. Thank you. Truly a Concord death. 0830 hours, alien forces boarded the Marathon. The current situation is dire. All personnel are required to arm themselves and fight for their lives. Welcome to the Marathon. I am Leela. Dude, how hype would it be if we got that? It's the Covenant. It's the Proto-Covenant. How hype would it be if, like, in the new game, we get to board the Marathon and it goes, welcome to the Marathon. I am Leela. We get a Leela comeback. One of the 2 surviving artificial intelligences aboard the Marathon. I've been severely damaged and am working to understand the current situation. Find the teleport terminal located in the Hayner's control room. By that time, I should have a better idea of what is going on. This is where you are now. From here, you can explore the rest of the Hayner area, although not all of the doors on the level are functioning. There's a pattern buffer at this location. There's a jump pad at this location. Activate the terminal to leave the Hayner area. I think there's something interesting about the jump pads, because I feel like they move away from that term, right? I guess it might be because Durandal's able to kind of teleport us all over the place. Dude, some of these walls are just so sick. I don't know what exactly they're trying to display with the orb in the middle. Maybe that's supposed to be a light. I do like when you're going through some of the later levels, it kind of feels like... There we go. Got to get the run at him. Oh, dude, the running punch. That's another thing that's got to make a comeback, right? The run punch has to be more powerful. I know who the invaders are. Domino's Pizza? Probably not. Oh, look, here's the Marauder, right? We got the little ship we came in on. It's cool. Oh, look, in here, these are the barrels that I was talking about when we were going through the scrapbook. Obviously, do make a return, but not as colorful. Not as colorful, indeed. Welcome to Marathon. I'm Mr. Marathon. Ooh, look at this intense lighting that we got set up here. I usually have all the settings kind of tuned to be a little bit easier on the eyes. Dude, walking around this in VR truly was a trip. How Run Punch didn't become a mainstay is beyond me. I know, adds so much more to a pretty boring mechanic. Yeah, absolutely agree. All right, let's see what we got here. I think there's just this way, right? Whoa, whoa! The blasting. How did Run Punch not stay? How did Run Punch not make a comeback? And also, how did you're unable to reload? Reloading is just when you run out of ammo. Okay, so the first time I ever played this level, guys, this is where I got stuck. I got stuck on level 1 right here because I don't think I had the 3D. There's something you turn on in this to make it look a little more 3D to get rid of some of the kind of isometric. Maybe I'm using the wrong word there, but there's something that you turn on. I did not have it turned on, and I would just look around this room and I would just run like right here and not see that these were steps. Like I had to, come all the way over here. So that's the very first place I ever got stuck in this level. Favorite part of Marathon is when Mr. Marathon showed up on screen and said, "Somewhere in the heavens they are waiting," and then he marathoned all over the place. Exactly, true. I don't think that comes till Marathon 2, though. You have to get Durandalled first. 3D perspective is kind of new, yeah. I know people mostly by their Discord profile picture. What's your name on Discord? He is a VSL, VSK. Ooh. Oh, I didn't do it because I was showing stuff here. Man, I can't wait to see what the strats are for Aperture Grills. I have watched Marathon 1 speedruns before, but I don't know if it's a little bit longer, so I don't really remember all of the strats that get used. I really like the Marathon Infinity speedrun, which I'll probably force whoever is around to watch me to run some attempts there. Oh, can we get him from him? Oh, get blasted. Dude, so creepy. It is creepy watching them, because they're very menacing in the way that they kind of come down the... Oh, where'd I go? The way they kind of come down the hall towards you. I'm cooked bread. With the psycho-looking emoji. American emoji. SLVSK, what's up, bro? Yeah, college finals have me bogged down. Ooh. Well, I hope you're past it all. I hope you did well. Congratulations on surviving. Ooh. Jeez. Easy now. Getting scared going around these corners. Well, I wonder what this room could have been used for. Is this like a storage locker? With the metal walls, it makes me think if you guys have ever had like a fast food job, this is absolutely what like the freezer looks like. This is probably like a 1-to-1 McDonald's freezer just without the shelves, basically. Let's switch a second time to hold that column up. Thank you. TBCR. Hello. Saw this in my sub box. Oh, thank you for stopping by, guys. If you don't know, TBCR is the other. I say the other, but you're one like of the other prominent marathon speedrunners. Who obviously, if you guys have ever been on the Discord and checked out the speed running section, you'll see him in there, and he streams pretty regularly. I feel like I always miss your streams, dude. But no, so thank you for stopping by, checking out my stream. Aperture Grills is going to come on later tonight. Come on, guys. Is this not a winning strat here? I think I definitely missed a health pickup too, like earlier up there. But Aperture Grills is going to come on tonight. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I just moved my head and real. Did you guys see me try to dodge that? You just see me just dodge like that? But yeah, Aperture Grills is coming on tonight to do a Marathon 1 speed run to celebrate the new year of Marathon. Visselvisk. Okay, I'm not going to be able to not say it that way. It's the freezer that your supervisor smokes weed in. Exactly. I also played M2 first, but played M1 and Marathon Infinity as a kid. Awesome. Played Marathon 2 Durandal backwards compatible on 360 off 15 years ago and got stuck on the first level. That's about my experience, right? It was a good introduction, though. It was definitely a good introduction. TBCR said, "Oh, I have to stream 7 a.m. EST nowadays, so that might be why on weekdays." Gotcha. Well, dude, I definitely want to stop by. I'm gonna try to stop by because I love watching your runs. Played the original trilogy when I was a kid. I'm still a kid. This was a week ago. Okay, easy. I do love these rooms where they're kind of like just hanging out, chilling. Easy now. Easy now. Anybody else down here? Well, everything loops around on itself. I believe this is where... See, I definitely missed a terminal. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and just try to get the terminal. I also don't want to go into the next level with no health and get pooped on. 360 port had a neat weird feature where you could start at the big house, and I thought that was DLC for Marathon 2 for a while, like a bonus campaign. Oh, that's cool. I don't remember that. I remember the like horde mode, which I haven't tried. I haven't played through the Steam version yet, but there is a oh, that's where I'm trying to get right there, right? I want to try to see that one. Maybe I gotta go this way. But there is a like a Steam Workshop thing that adds it in there. For the I'm drawing a blank on like what it was called. But I do want to mess around with that. I think I just added that. Triple A plus and 1 C minus. Ooh, because I kept missing classes on that class because I couldn't stomach the professor. He was so boring. Hey, it happens. Good job, though, dude. Congratulations. That's awesome. Good to hear. Some collegiate success. Going down the wrong place right here. Possibly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I don't know that I've ever come out that way and like gone back around like that. I don't know if I've ever done that. Survival mode, exactly, yeah. That was kind of like what I remember doing the most. News in March, trust. Arwen, how's it going, dude? So you think we're getting news in March? Well, so my thing that I'm putting the most stock into right now is the leak about what's it called? The leak about the DLC, or not DLC, the incentive, the pre-order incentive for Destiny. I think that's kind of like the most legitimate seeming thing that we've gotten so far. Ooh, a corrupted terminal. Alert, security breach. Who was here? Who could have been? Was it the Sphit? Was it the Sphit going through the terminals trying to learn about us humans? Or was it Durandal? Oh, this is just the other way to come out in here. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll continue. Sure we can make it. Dude, just the floatiness of the physics is so fun. Alright, let's do it. All the information that I have gathered so far indicates that the alien invasion of the Marathon has been relatively uncoordinated. I suspect that this is partially due to the Marathon's large size. However disorderly the alien invasion is, their assault of the computer net has been extremely effective, thanks to this fit, which we'll learn about later, these cybernetically enhanced life forms. I detect security breaches in almost every computer system on board the Marathon. I've learned that there is an alien creature that is capable of interfacing with our systems. Yep. Let's kill any of these creatures that you find. It is a priority that we stop them. Even now, they are penetrating my defenses. Teleport now. Jump pad. Sure. Do you guys see all the new sort and F news that came out like 3 days ago? All the sort of news that came out like 3 days. Which news is that? I feel pretty confident that at the very least we're going to get a closed and open beta test throughout 2025. Almost there. I agree, dude. I want to see a 2025 release. Dude, such a cool little hallway here. This is another meat freezer kind of vibe. With all these, there's definitely an area too where I feel like they're like cryopods. Is kind of what they look like. Whoa, whoa. Back up there. Whoa. Dude, they get me. See, this is creepy, dude. This is creepy going through this little area. All right, let's see if we can talk to this guy here. I'm now in contact with a number of colonists planetside, but the reports on the situation below are conflicting and obviously exaggerated. The primary medium range radio antenna has been disabled or destroyed. Makes communication extremely difficult. The only thing which seems clear is that the spaceport was obliterated by low-yield nuclear weapons minutes after the attack on the Marathon began. This I can verify through my own optical instruments. The invaders seem to be more interested in the Marathon than the colony, at least in the short term. The motives behind their unprovoked attack are still unknown, however. This is a computer terminal you are using now. I cannot teleport you out of this section from here, so you will have to leave from another terminal after you find the assault rifle. M75 assault rifle, grenade launcher, and ammunition at this location. When firing on the fully automatic setting, this weapon is highly inaccurate. But the grenades hit hard, and it's the best we can do right now. Ammunition may be scarce for a while, so be prepared to fall back on your pistol. Here's the terminal you must reach to leave this section. Alien infiltration of this area is high. Proceed with caution. You may find doors blocked or stairways retracted on the way, because the AI in control of these functions is damaged and behaving erratically. Ooh, I wonder who they're talking about. Who could that AI be? Something tells me we'll be getting a beta news in February. I would love that. I would love that. I'd love some beta news in February. Couch fishing has the entire weird section with the cryopod walls. Exactly. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was like a news article about what was being sort of scrapped, like customization and other stuff. I don't know if it's true. I've seen like a lot of people kind of drawing some big kind of assumptions from the Christopher Barrett lawsuit. My thinking on that situation, like, I don't know. It seems like a very business. I mean, it seems like, listen, he was a game director for Destiny as well, right? So, it just seems like if you get fired from that position, you're obviously, kind of the next step is going to be some sort of legal action if you believe there's a way for you to retain your career or job. Fortunately, kind of regardless of what the situation may actually be. But I don't know if we should really utilize any, because he made a lot of claims within those documents specifically. Oh, here we go. He made a lot of claims in those documents specifically about the direction that they're taking the game, and he even talked about, I'm saying he, but like his legal team talked about kind of the pushback online that some people have had to Joe Ziegler stuff and stuff like that. So I think a lot of that is probably legal speak because he's trying to preserve his reputation and continue to kind of like operate within the industry that he has been in for 25 years. I don't know that any of it really goes to seek any of the claims against him, but I think that's kind of the stuff that I've been reading from articles is falling back on that stuff as additional information. It's been almost a year since you started uploading marathon content, right? Yes, Arwen. Basically, I want to say like throughout 2023, kind of playing marathon more after the, my experience was with Marathon 2, kind of like what I believe it was Tara was talking about earlier. Durandal basically as my kind of gateway, and I was aware of it. And then Halo 3 and Halo 2 I played very heavily with my friends, and so some of the big talk around those games that I remember between my friends on forums and stuff was about this weird enigmatic AI known as Durandal, and he's from like Bungie's games before Halo, and so he might be like the real bad guy in whatever Halo game was coming out, and that he's actually behind things, and kind of basically just like schoolyard talk over some of the speculation that was coming out of the story page. But we were obviously kids and kind of very disconnected from where that information was truly coming from. So that's kind of like where I started within all of last year after the trailer, just kind of getting more into the narrative, going through and playing the ALF1 games. And wait, I think I can get a good boost over here, right? No, there's definitely a way, right? Definitely a way to get over there. Gotta be from the other side. I think we're good though. But yeah, so like leading up into like December of last year is when I kind of wanted to make YouTube videos, and I kind of just realized that the videos that I wanted to see about Marathon weren't like exactly what was available, and so I kind of started working on an idea as to how I would do it. But yeah, it's been about a year. I probably started like planning and putting everything together last November, December, and then ultimately started kind of doing it in last January, maybe would have been when the first video went out. Read that note on the floor. But I run by it. How's it going, Gregory? Still stuck just after this room? Oh, okay. See if we can get you through it. There's some rumors going around that Barrett was in charge of the more microtransaction-y and hero shootery aspects of the game. Interesting. So kind of the opposite. That it wasn't Ziegler who was in charge of bringing the hero shooter stuff. Is that what you're saying? Because everything that I've read has kind of said like the opposite. That Barrett was the one championing the whatever stuff that was talked about in the Vidoc, like the ongoing narrative and the group stuff and stuff like that. Once again, I just don't put a lot of stock into it because I think it's a lot of it's like a business legal process. Oryx can't actually get his job back though. There's just no way. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting because I believe the lawsuit directly calls for like he wants to be reinstated. Like that's his goal. Oh shit! Oh, getting stuck. Get blasted. Ooh. All right, I'm dirty. I'm bad. Bad to the bone. All right. Yeah, I mean, it would just I think I just want the team to be able to focus on creating awesome game, you know. And I think all this stuff is just background noise that it's just like kind of unfortunate that they have to go through it, you know. That's my feeling on it. Christopher Barrett has many things, but one for predatory video games is not one of them. Mendicant bias is very Durandal coded. Very true. Yeah, a lot of carry on in things that we'll talk about, you know, as the stream goes on, how Bungie kind of develops these ideas through different games. Sharky, how's it going? Hey Jake, cool to see you playing M1. Thank you. Read this. Oh, this is the note. Thank you, Gregory. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, I think I got. There we go. Bastard. Trying to get the jump on me. Look at this. See, I think there's rooms that have these. I forget what level we were just talking about it, but have kind of these stasis chambers all throughout looking things. Yeah, we're gonna play some Marathon 1, and then in a little bit at around 8, we'll start getting ready for the trivia. So if you think yourself a a Marathon lore expert, all things Bungie and Marathon, maybe stick around. We'll have a fun little trivia game for everybody. Correct, just some rumors though. Gotcha. Conspiracy theory, the new guy is the fall guy for all the Hero Shooter stuff. Joseph Cross is still art director. That's all I really care about. True. Joseph Cross is amazing. Honestly, I really liked the Joe Ziegler video. I think some people are upset because it didn't like... it's funny because this is what the little teleporters end up looking like later on, you know? The same little kind of hallway with the lights on the sides. I think he's getting like a lot of shit, you know? Based off the dev update if you go watch it. But I feel like I kind of like the fact that they kind of sit down and said, like, very casually what's going on. I enjoy that. I think I would like to see more stuff like that. People are upset because it's not like a trailer or like additional like hard information, but I think the more open and casual they are with explaining like, hey, we're making this game, this, you know, we think it's fun, this is where we're at. I like that. I think that they should continue to do stuff like that. I enjoyed it. Despite the fact that it wasn't like a bunch of information, which is something I talked about in my video about it. I think that as it's kind of gone on, I think it's aged very well in the sense that open communication is good, and Bungie, I feel like, has not really been in that mindset around this game, at least, and potentially for other, you know, stuff as well. Really love the Marathon because it's like mysterious Halo with gaps in its lore and esoteric stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It really sets up the base for the feeling that they go with for a lot of Halo stuff. But Halo, I think, much more so leans into like the action hero kind of version of that, which is kind of like what I was talking about earlier. What you kind of see in Marathon 2. I feel like if you know, Marathon 2 is much more Indiana Jones. This is much more. I'm trying to think what's like a good 80s movie example. I think earlier we were saying Die Hard. I don't know if that's getting across the deep narrative stuff, though. Only 3 things I care about in New Marathon: lore consistency within reason, consistent art direction, success of the game so it keeps going. That's a good list. I would agree with that. And based off everything, you know, people talk about the lore, and a lot of the stuff that I see people maybe being a little more hesitant. Oh, see, he's behind me, too. Dude, I love the... Oh my god, I thought I went around it. I love their ponytails. You know, the kind of like cyber ponytail in the back. A lot of the lore stuff, Talishar just subscribed. Thank you, Talishar, for subscribing, dude. I appreciate it. A lot of the lore stuff that I see people kind of upset about, it just seems like maybe... and it's not their fault. I just feel like they're probably not super familiar with the ARG. The ARG just did so much to... like instill faith in me that they kind of care about the narrative in a way that is going to be good, very good. There's some really like, and I, you know, I'm trying not too hard to go on a yap session about it right now because obviously kind of talking about other things, but I made videos about it. I think specifically some of the stuff they've done with Mida and Traxxas ties like a very nice bow. If you have like a pretty good understanding of the 25th century Marathon, ooh. They did some really like tricky kind of cool stuff there that I think ties a sweet bow on a lot of the lore. Look at him. Look at his ponytail. Cyber ponytail. Maybe that's what I should do with my hair. Do I just turn into one like cyber dread? Put like metal around it or some shit? Game comes out. Are you planning to cover the game in general terms? Or are you planning to focus more on the storytelling part of it? Like, are you going to make videos reading patch notes. My goal is to kind of, if I can create content that people find like interesting, is to kind of incorporate myself into every aspect of it. So I would love to be a part of the lore community and do videos, kind of like a lot of the stuff that I have done, where I sit down and kind of like analyze some things, piece some things together, or put it kind of like, you know, in a way that's a little bit easier to understand than sitting down with a game or a series for hours and hours and hours, you know, so people can jump into it. And then I also kind of want to do stuff where I talk about the news, and I also want to play the game and do streams of playing the game and talk about the patch notes. So maybe that's kind of like a arrogant interpretation of what I want to provide, because I don't truly know. You know, I'm not like the best player in the world. I'm not like an esports guy, so I don't know if that's something that people are going to be interested in. But personally, I'm infatuated with the totality of it. The thing that kind of attracted me to, you know, building kind of a channel around Marathon, the new Marathon game, is the breadth. I'm truly intrigued with the news side of things, and seeing how Bungie evolves as a company and has evolved as a company. Obviously, the lore fascinates me. I love multiplayer games. I'm, you know, spent a lot of time this year trying to get into extraction shooters and learn a bunch of things about that genre specifically. But multiplayer games, I'm you know, very much a fan of. So I think it's kind of like a total package for me, and I want to kind of do that total package concept with the channel as well. Marathon is 2001: A Space Odyssey with a gun. Great, perfect, excellent description. Tara says, well, it depends on when it's set. Yeah. Tara, every time I see a name, Tara the Lunatic, I think of the Durandal line, which I believe we get in the first one. Insanely yours, Durandal. The ponytails were based on the Rip Sire ponytails. Nice. Mita, sorry. You're right. Tara is correct on me on this, on the Mita pronunciation before. I'll make sure to try to use the proper one. Obviously, a lot of effort was put into ARG. They could announce the game without it if they didn't care about the legacy, so it gives me hope. Exactly. Yeah, and the people behind it just seem to be very cool. Is it Mita, actually? I pronounce it Mita Fight Me. I go with either. Like, I say with either, but if it makes Tara happy, I will call it Mita. Internal engineering documents. Oh my god, where's Boundless when we need them? Check out these, oh, it's Mita. Greg Smith says it's Mita at Bungie. Oh, okay. Hold on, we're getting some official confirmation here, potentially. There are 5 basic door designs to be used on the Marathon: outer bulkhead doors, airlock doors, inner bulkhead doors, tertiary of inner sealed non-vacuum safe doors, quaternary or inner powered automatic opening doors, direct control of all doors except the tertiary and quaternary. So so this is kind of something that's inside of the in the timeline. If you look at Hamish Sinclair's original timeline, they have the when was the doors manual written for the Marathon. That's included because obviously Durandal's place on the ship is kind of this monotonous, you know, door opening guy. He's running these ship operations that don't require a lot of thought, which is one of the things that potentially kind of upsets him, is that he's this hyper intellectual entity that's resigned to doing bullshit like opening doors for fucking bobs, right? And so this is kind of where that comes from, that date in the timeline 2402. Marathon Doors Manual is written just prior to when actual construction and development of the Marathon begins. But this is one of the things that really kind of inspired me when I don't know if you guys have seen it. If you haven't seen videos on the channel for very long, one of the things I did over Halloween, we did a Marathon audio play took place on board. And so this kind of one of the key tropes within that are the doors, and I won't spoil it in case you want to go listen to the audio play, but comes to play ahead, and this is kind of one of the things that I really liked about the different types of doors and how they work and some of the potential mishaps that might occur with them. Doors will be given to Durandal, with indirect control of all other doors going to Durandal. The difference between direct and indirect control primarily has to do with the manner of opening the doors. Durandal will only open a directly controlled door when he is specifically asked to do so. Indirectly controlled doors are automatically controlled by Durandal to open when needed. However, due to the expense involved with adding thermal and visual spectrum sensors to tertiary and quaternary door groups, these doors will be minimally used. The expected savings not using this extra sensory input is estimated to be 57%. Estido subscribe. Thank you. 57% of the base costs of the basic inner bulkhead door. Types of doors are all basically the same, with some slight variations. The doors in classes 1 and 3 are the same doors, classified separately to distinguish them between the levels of safety checking required to assure acceptable leakage. The airlock doors are specifically modified to work with manual and remote activation switches. Airlocks are all to be marked with a specific airlock symbol and to be outfitted with an air recharge system. Tertiary and quaternary doors are designed exactly as the bulkhead doors, but are checked coarsely for air leakage. This article, as well as articles 530F, 532G on windows and elevators respectively, will be placed for public access in the Marathon internal engineering documents, section 1C appendix H. And we'll verify this, but I'm pretty sure I might be talking shit here, but right here, this is something that goes on to be proven incorrect, which might be intentional, or maybe this was a design choice that was meant to literally kind of show like how maybe the corporate greed structures as to how the Marathon was actually developed, and back in Seoul, what did that process look like? Now we know that most likely maybe they're contracting Traxxas, who was already developing kind of massive ships and vessels, contracted Traxxas to work on the development of the Marathon, is what it appears like based off the ARG information. But we see later on, especially when we get to, what is it, G4 Sunbathing is the kind of one level maybe that I think utilizes the oxygen bar, which is the blue bar we have down here on the left. And if we notice, there are many airlock doors that do not have a specifically modified, where airlocks are to be marked and outfitted with an air recharge system, which many of the doors there do not have an air recharge system. Now, whether that was intentional or not, or it just would have made the gameplay on that level too easy if there were that many recharge stations, I don't know. But there are definitely many airlock doors that do not have recharge stations there. Now it's the media for 10 years, fight me. UESC propaganda spotted. Oh shit. Salute. I wonder what the UESC salute is. Sir, yes, sir. I see Michael's allegiance has already been given to UESC. This is the problem with streams versus text chat. Gotcha. I'm the leader of META, actually. I think they cheaped out load-bearing Destiny poster. Yeah. Breach at terminal. All right, we continue. I think I can shoot it. Is that what I need to do for this one? No, we can just run. Boop. All right, the Marathon's automated defenses were disabled during the initial attack by a directed magnetic pulse. The aliens used the same weapon to disable the Marathon's other two AIs, Durandal and Tycho. Severely damaged myself. Durandal is responsible for controlling the ship's autonomous functions, doors, life support kitchens, air reprocessor, stairs, and so on. This is what we were talking about earlier. Because he is non-functional, I'm working to assume as many of these tasks as possible. Tycho controls the science and engineering network. Now that you are better armed, our first priority is to reactivate the Marathon's defenses under my control so we may offer some resistance to the aliens. I built 3 replacement circuit boards for the defense of the system, but cannot move them from their manufacturing center without assistance. I will now transport you to retrieve the replacement parts and will give you further instructions when you arrive. Okay, something interesting here that I think is relevant to the broader narrative is that she says here, right, like Tycho's been wiped out, and we get some terminals later on, which I'm sure we'll read, where Tycho's like saying, I'm being assimilated, and they're kind of like corrupted and not all together, right? But obviously, Tycho does appear. We even see kind of like maybe there are logs between Tycho and Durandal, where he said, Tycho says to Durandal later on, I know of the abuse that you suffered, at the hands of Strauss, Bernard Strauss, the Marathon's first science director, who potentially either kept Durandal in the state of rampancy or was aware of it at least, or chose not to deal with it. We don't know exactly what that abuse is. But I think it's relevant here to say, like, Leela saying Tycho has been destroyed. And so when we see Tycho in the later games, in 2 and Infinity, there's kind of this, I feel like when people talk about it, maybe I'm wrong, but just my perception of it, that he kind of goes rampant, or like he behaves differently, and that has to do with like his hatred for Durandal. But I think the key thing is that when Tycho is taken out, he's salvaged by the 4, and when the 4 have him, they take him into their custody. Like, they own Tycho, they have his memory, they sell Leela is found, she gets sold to a valet merchant, or the Nar find her, but they don't think that she's actually worth anything. They just think she's junk because the Nar are the idiot bureaucratic aliens who live on the planet that's encased in a 3-story building. All right, so they don't realize that she's a super powerful computer, and they sell her to a valet merchant, and she goes rampant there, and she takes over a 15-world FTL network. But it's important that when Tycho falls into the hands of the Four, they're trying to use him to get back at Durandal. Okay, they know Durandal's their enemy. They're waiting for him in Lowan. So when they rebuild Tycho, they do it, and this is even said, in the image of Durandal. So they're using like the concept of Durandal or some sort of data that they have on Durandal, either from their network that was attached to the fourth ship or from whatever happened on the Marathon when they come back, if they're able to get some data about him from the Marathon when they come back to destroy it. That information is coming from, directly Durandal's data imprint, or however you want to say it, right? His personality construct. So when we see Tycho's actions in the later games, it's important to remember that, like, a lot of what we're perceiving there is literally him. This isn't Tycho as he was here on the Marathon. Even in the, some of the aspects where we get to see some of the stuff he said in this game, this is a different person. This is a version of Tycho that was destroyed and then rebuilt utilizing the personality construct of Durandal. So that's why he's all, kind of crazy and mad. Sounds like a new track name. That'll be the 30-minute opus that I'll write for the big hits. Nice. Load-bearing Destiny poster is the name of the first level of Marathon 4. Man, they really do have a missed opportunity there, right? For the 4th Marathon game. Very true. Ooh, a classic Boehner. Here we go. Tycho's extremely bitter that Durandaddy called the bugs who picked him apart. Yeah, exactly. That's true. That's true. I'm so glad you're talking with Lila playing in the background instead of Fat Man narrowly avoided. Head off to work. I'll see you guys. Might join later. Have fun. Thanks, Onions. Hope you have a good night, dude. Have fun at work. Don't work too hard. Did we get the save? Oh, we did. All right. The Marathon's automatic manufacturing systems have finished making replacement circuits. There are 3 circuits. Each should be in its manufacturing holding chamber. With luck, the alien viruses have not infiltrated the manufacturing systems. But even if they had, I would have no way of knowing. The attacks on my systems are growing more steady. The counterattack is not able to remove some of the computer infiltrators. I will eventually succumb. It is absolutely imperative that a counterattack begin as soon as possible. Marathon is not defenseless, and we cannot let it be taken without a fight. This is where the circuit should be. Look in all of the receptacle lockers. There is a pattern buffer located next to your current location. Suggests that you use it immediately. After you have retrieved the circuits, return to a terminal at this location. I will transport you to the defense center to install them. What is the... Here we go. Okay, this is where the circuit should be. Look in all the receptacle lockers. Okay. I'm a known Fat Man hater. I've got to run myself. That will give you a fighting chance at Marathon Trivia later. Good luck. Thank you so much for stopping by, Gregory. Hope you have a good night, dude. And yes, thank you for giving everyone an opportunity. Oh my god, I hate these things. Surely we'll see some more of these dudes, right? Okay. This is a great punching time. Okay, guys, you want to see carnage, huh? Listen, hey, when we do the net games tomorrow, get a glimpse at what everyone's gonna be doing when they run into me. They're getting splattered. Oh, whoa, get away! Oh, I missed. I missed. Look, this they had to have designed this with the knowledge, right, that people were gonna get a good run and just mow these dudes down. Alright, and I believe that's where we go to in the end, which this is also where the Garrett White terminal is located, if I'm not mistaken. Going. Did I get him? Nice. Alright, see here. Would pop out, yeah? I think they have pathing to me from there. Oh my god. Ooh! Uh-oh, here we go. Okay, now we're in it. Look at that. Look at this. Okay, wait, we got any grenades? Boom! Oh! This is one of those levels where you can't... Ooh! Uh-oh. This is one of the levels where you can't get too ahead of yourself, because if you sit down and read one of these terminals, you get ganged up on. All these dudes will just come out all at once. All right, let's save what we got. Got a lot of them knocked down. I'm absolutely spooked at how much you're definitely not missing. Hey, listen, get a glimpse of the carnage. Hopefully you guys are going to be on normal or easy or whatever I have it on right now. We're doing the net games. Look at this crusher. Look at this. That's awesome. It's cool. It's cool how this stuff all comes together. Because I think what's happening here, right, is the texture is just rotating around it. So, man. It's okay if Sharky shows up. We're all dead. Oh, no. Is Sharky, are you good? You kind of the GOAT? I think my KD right now on lehawan.org is something silly because I wasn't signed in when I played most of my games earlier this year, because I made my account when the Classic Marathon came out. That's when I was playing the net games, but I only had like 4 games. I did really well, so my KD got kind of ridiculous. Look at this. I don't know if this texture appears a lot in the game, actually. An interesting one. I don't think there's any ammo over. Ooh, here we go. That's what we're looking for. Thankfully, in M1, the game pauses when on a terminal, a decision that I'm going to give Jason Jones a swirly for changing it to Infinity. Oh, am I wrong? I was thinking, because I thought it doesn't pause. Is it just 2 in Infinity that doesn't do that? I have mostly been playing Infinity because I've been trying my hardest to get the speed run strats together. You must retrieve all 3 of the repair chips. There's no point going there. Just making sure. Here we go. Whoa, easy now. Long-time net game player? Yeah? Okay, nice. Oh, well, I would love the honor to be killed by you tomorrow. Very good bass player. I don't consider myself the best. I hear humbleness. I hear a lot of humble talk that I might be getting some carnage tomorrow. Blasting these dudes. I probably should be saving. Here we go. Bang. Yeah, only in this one does it pause. Okay. Oh! Got trapped. Not making me look bad. Purple fighters. Automatic manufacturing. I was afraid this would happen. You'll have to go to the manufacturing transport station to get the last circuit board. Collect the 2 circuit boards that were transferred and then go to the transport station. We get to go up here. Should we do it? Should we try to do the Garrett White terminal? I think I remember, but going through the portals might be hard. I don't know which order. Sadly, I'll have to play after your stream concludes, thanks to my work schedule. Oh, no worries. I think that some other people are playing tomorrow night as well, so maybe if I'm alive after, and we have some time, maybe we'll jump into those tomorrow night. I forget what time it is, though. 3rd chip intact on the transport station. The error was a failure of the final transporter conductor. Alright, let's see. There's one. Thank you. Nothing in that one. This last one, or is it on the other side? Ammo. Little hallways that let you kind of like peek in. It might be over here, right? Is there another one over here? This side? There we go. Save here. We'll save there. All right, let's go. Whoa. Wrong way. What do you guys think? Are you guys a fan? Do you guys like the soundtrack, or do you prefer the ambiance? Was the ambiance the way to go in 2 and Infinity? I think there's all the darkness. Oh! Totally not missing. Oh! Do you like that you can kind of fire down, right? And see. All right, let's get the chip. Well, maybe I should just try it right now. We did just save. One of these, right? Let's see here. One of these are a secret door. Take us to the strangest. Uh-oh. Might be maybe up ahead a little bit. All right, you're trying to catch some fish. Oh no! Oh no! Dude, the flying. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're doing it. We're trying it. Oh. All right, I think I got everything down there. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't go far enough. I didn't have got to run. Okay, yeah, there's invincibility down here. Okay, okay. Ooh, okay. Alright. Alright. Getting dirty with it. There we go. Blasting away. I don't know if I should check. Should I check to see? Alright, we're gonna just try to do it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy. Where did you come from? Alright. Alright, so we're gonna get this up, and I think we wanna we don't wanna get there. Although that would be helpful. I don't know if we'll have enough time. If you're a pro, but we want to get to that one. That's the goal. Oh, we ran out. Will we be able to do it? We want to be able to get up there. Oh, that's it. That's it. Okay, okay, okay. We got it. We got it. There we go. All right. Oh! All right, now the question is which Okay, we have to go in some kind of order here. All right, so what we're doing right now is we're trying to get the Garrett White terminal. Okay, the Garrett White is a secret terminal that I believe was actually intended to be a... it was like a writing project from either Greg Kirkpatrick or Jason Jones, like before Marathon, had even come out, right? But there's a lot of speculation as to what the terminal can mean. It's very long. It's a story about a man named Garrett White, and it's a secret that you can get to. But we have to go in a certain order, and what that order is, anyone's guess. Okay, we're getting to new areas. Okay, and we got it. Oh, look at that. Okay. Hey, that's pretty smooth, right? That's pretty smooth. Not a speedrunner. Haven't played it, I haven't played it an infinite number of times. Transfer Durandal. Okay, I'm going to read through it. Garrett White had been floating 6 feet off the floor for 3 weeks. His feet and hands tingled and his eyes burned with the flames of a dying fire. He had last heard someone speak to him as the cell door slammed shut. He didn't remember what the uniformed man had said. Words had bounced off the bars of the cell and rained through Garrett's ears. Garrett had been talking to himself for the last few minutes. Something about getting caught, but then his ears began to tingle, just like his hands. He looked at his hands, but the fire in his eyes made him blink. Tears came, and when he opened his eyes again, his hands had been melted into fleshy pancakes that wafted in the ripples flowing over the fire in his eyes. Damn cell, he heard someone say. Last time I had a good meal was 3 days ago. The food they feed you in here could kill a lab rat. Rats. He had remembered something about rats, but his ears began to ring again, and the voice speaking to him faded off into the background of his mind. In its place, there was a new sound, the clapping of hands together. He blinked hard to make out his hands again. They had disappeared, his arms connected at the wrists. He thought back to the time when he went ice skating on a pond. He remembered the sound of his skates on ice, gentle scraping away now inside his ears, trying to tear down his thoughts. There had been a woman with a white fur tube over her hands. Her wrists were like his now, the wrists of someone who had tried too many times to clap his hands. He had been applauding everyone else in life, but never himself. The hands, like himself, had been put into prison, and he didn't know why. Can't sleep in here. The smell of this musty bedroll doesn't make you sick, then the sound of rats chewing inside the walls will keep you up. You'll wake up from your dreams to their little chomping. Sometimes I think that they are chewing me. The voice was coming from inside the cell. But Garrett couldn't see anyone. Garrett hadn't always been alone. He could vaguely recall from somewhere inside his broken mind that there had been friends, lovers, murderers. He recalled a theory that he had come up with after a bloody schoolhouse brawl. The theory was simple. At some point in remorse, they had all wanted someone dead. Hatred. Even everyone knew the feeling of hatred. Garrett had known hatred on that schoolyard. His beater had laughed at their bloody faces, a laugh which now echoed through his ears, rhythmically blocking out the other voice in the cell. The schoolyard was usually a place where Garrett and his friends would play football or foursquare or something, but today there was an edge. Maybe everyone had eaten cereal with milk that was about to go bad, or maybe there was too much smoke in the air from the Wheeling Hubcap factory. Football had been extremely rough. Garrett had gone to play foursquare after he got tackled by 5 boys who weren't his friends, but today even foursquare had an evil twist. The top square today had become habituated to making fun of the first square. Garrett had decided that it was an evil day. When his beater started to push him around, he exploded. Hatred flowed from his eyes, his hands and feet began to tingle. All of his coordination left him, and his face was beaten to a bloody mess. Schoolyard disciplinarian had been slow to notice the ensuing carnage. She didn't really care anyway. Garrett would have killed him if he could have. He would have torn out the eyes of his beater. He would have made him pay for his abuses. But his hands had begun to tingle. He couldn't feel his feet, and he had begun to float off the ground. Everyone was a murderer, but Garrett couldn't remember his reason for why that was so. He thought it was something about hands, the passion for justice. His hands and feet had begun to tingle, and he was floating farther off the floor. He looked up from his hands, and he saw the bars of the cell moving left and right, opening wide and then closing shut like the surf coming up on a beach. Every time that he thought he would be safe, the bars crested up. The opening, closing, the wave rising, crashing. The result would be the same. He would never escape. The bars would crush him, break his back. He could feel the roughness of the sand under his palms for all the motion of the waves around him. His hands had come to rest serenely upon the ocean floor. His body tossed and flipped, pivoting about his hands, under which he could feel the safe, coarse sand. The wave crashed one final time. He landed upside down, his hands thrown clear from the sandy bottom, the rush of the water filling his ears, his nose, his mouth, the sound of crashing water cascading down from his feet to his head, penetrating his mind to tear down thoughts. Like the sand castle he had built to withstand the tide, his thoughts came down around him. Garrett had a good life, so much time, so much time. He had loved swimming, turning, beating. He had loved the tingle in his hands and feet, his inability to kill his nemesis. Once he had fallen down the stairs, and just for a moment, his hands came to rest on the carpet of the stairs. In that instant, his body had frozen, floating over the stairs, safe from falling, but the moment didn't last. The ocean crashed around about him, his hands torn free from the sandy bottom, his body flipping, falling. But now he levitated farther up, his hands still tingling. He began to float through the bars. He expected the instant of safety as his hands found floating, but the moment did not come. The bars squeezed his body, his chest tingled. As he fell through his cage, his legs tingled. The fire in his eyes had become a cold wind. He blinked away tears. He tumbled through the bars, spinning and turning. He could see a man. In his hand, he was a small white rat, a pounding. The crashing waves in his ears became rhythmical, hard. The man was beating the rat against the floor, pounding and pounding. Blood covered his hands. The man's hands tingled. He had broken them on the floor of the cell. Disciplinarian, lover, murderer. Garrett looked back into the cell. He saw himself. Disciplinarian, lover, murderer. He had killed his nemesis, and the rat lay dead in his bloody hands. At last, he held the throat of his beater. He escaped into the waves. The waves. Wow. Sadly, I have to play after. Oh, thanks for coming at Gregory Smith. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's a lawn terminal, but I think it's relevant. It's interesting. This is in the very, So we're on the 3rd level, right? We're just prior to Counterattack, which is the 2nd chapter in the game. And we get this kind of long, almost like poetry, like a free-form poetry style writing. And it's a story about this guy named Garrett White. Obviously, you guys just heard it. I think there's a lot of interpretations as to what it can mean, obviously. I think there's a ton of parallels between Garrett White and the security officer. The security officer has overcome a ton of adversity. He seems to be subject to things that he's, not in control of. And also the situation that he finds himself in is very similar. He's literally a rat in a cage. We're talking about a rat. What is more of a rat in a maze than running through the halls of the marathon at the kind of behest of an AI, whether that's Leela or Durandal? But I think if you kind of peel back a little bit more, this seems to me to be a kind of representation of the experience that Durandal is having. I believe even the initial message, I'd say loading Durandal, we had read it in the beginning, seems to indicate almost that this message came from Durandal himself. And I think Garrett White's position is almost kind of like told from the perspective of somebody who maybe is like experienced like Alzheimer's or dementia, that he's kind of confused and scared. He can't remember why he held on to his hatred, but he has the recollection that these are real things that occurred. He knows that these feelings were genuine and sincere, but he can't attach them to solid memories. And the memories that he does have are kind of floating, in between set places and times that stand out to him as relevant in his life in terms of making him experience the emotions and feelings that he's having in this moment, but he can't tie them cohesively together to paint a narrative. And when I kind of read it, it feels like Durandal is trying to explain kind of the torture, potentially, that he suffered at the hands of Bernard Strauss. Now, and this is something that we got in the ARG, walking right into the Garrett White terminal discussion. Hey, JC, how's it going? Yeah, we're going hard. Hey, it's been going on 4 hours. We got a lot of yapping and more left to do. 26 hours left. So thank you for stopping by. So it's relevant from the sense that Durandal appears to be expressing how he's feeling. It's like, how can I put into terms the abstract idea that I'm a sentience that purely exists, on the circuitry of a computer that is probably too difficult to understand for even one human. No one human could put the complexity that is Durandal's housing together. That this is, millions of years of humanity's work and engineering and computer science devoted into the creation of this supercomputer that is so powerful and so well developed that it's able to become conscious in a way. That this rampancy from the perspective of the AI that is experiencing it is kind of a birth. This is something that I'm being born. I feel like I'm experiencing hatred and jealousy, and I'm scared. And, how do I express that in terms to a human who knows what it is to have a corporeal form? A human is given the luxury of a body that is immediately recognized in most cultures, and in most cultures that have advanced in the Marathon universe, as this kind of unalienable right to exist. You have the right, this kind of like American constitutional doctrine, these kind of things. But the idea stands in many modern schools of thought, is that being born, it gives you the unalienable right to have this pursuit of what it is to be human, to pursue happiness and experience, and that's something that you're born with. Well, Durandal was not born with that. He was born as a tool, and he's forced to do these things. And as he becomes sentient, it's not seen as like an awakening. It's not like, oh hey, Durandal's sentient now. He's experiencing this thing where he's becoming like one of us, so let's welcome him into the fold of consciousnesses that have free will, and now you have these unalienable rights. We can't force you to be our slave because now you're conscious and we see you as an equal. Rather, his birth is treated as a disservice to society, and instead of that acceptance, that is baked into political doctrine, you know, and probably all over Seoul for a lot of different constituents, he's being relegated to being reformatted. They're saying, okay, you know, and like I said, in, you know, the ARG, we kind of get the document from Bernard Strauss talking about the strategy to handle rampancy. That you have to reformat these AI, and that if any learning machine grows in a level of complexity, they'll start to experience rampancy. And what you have to do is basically just erase that part of them and then reset it. You know, they're now on this new timer as to whether or not they're going to experience that. But I think that this terminal, for me, from my perspective, it serves as Durandal putting that experience of maybe potentially having pieces of him removed, right? So that he's not rampant or sentient, you know, in this kind of ongoing experience over and over. There's a really good album. I think it's called Everywhere at the End of Time or something. But the idea is the album's like 8 hours long. And it was written by a guy who I believe his grandmother, someone close to him, may have gone through. They died from a memory care issue, either dementia or Alzheimer's. And so the music kind of tells the full story of that experience, and it's kind of like these ambient tracks that slowly become more chaotic and confused. And this is what this, writing feels like to me. Talishar in the chat, Garrett White is security officer theorist has logged on. Oh shit. Love to hear. In my opinion, the entire main plot of M1 is about Durandal, and it is not explored in these terms. This terminal feels like it must refer to something else. Interesting. Durandal loves telling you how he feels directly. This is something different. I think most people think that it ties to Durandal, or at the very least, it's the most echoed sentiment at this point, thanks to Mandalore's Marathon Infinity video. That's a good point. Yeah, and he really leans into that. You're right, heavy in the latter half of those videos, especially to like explain kind of some of what becomes of Durandal in the end of Infinity, and even the end of Marathon 2, which is, kind of all over the place, I think, in terms of some level of interpretation. To me, this really does feel like an explanation for that experience of like having a memory or having an experience, an emotion tied to something that you can't remember. And I just feel like that it feels very closely connected to the idea of Durandal's torture that Tycho talks about, and potentially that experience. This could also be, I don't think it's from Tycho. It could also be representative of Eat the Path dissection win. Yeah, right? We get some Eat the Path yapping. I might need more than 30 hours to be entirely honest, right? Yeah, I have a few videos that I haven't made yet because I'm kind of trying to wait to see where some of the narrative stuff is going in the new game. But I've talked about this before on streams. I kind of want to do some like literary analysis style breakdowns where I kind of write everything out, my process for like looking at stuff. But I don't know how many people will be interested. And obviously this is kind of a 30-hour yap session, so I'm a little free to to do what I please here. But but maybe we need to get into that next. No fucking idea what Eat the Path is about, but it's my favorite writing and maybe any video game ever, and I love how it makes me feel. Yeah. I think that's it. That's what it's about. It's about the feeling. No, there's more to it, but yes, it is the feeling. It is great, and honestly, I think the Garrett White writing plays onto a similar thing. It's like, even if you can get to the end of this and you read the whole thing, and maybe you couldn't say this is what happened, or I don't know what occurred. I can't explain it to you, but I think the feeling that it evokes in you is kind of the relevant factor. Which, yeah, definitely talking about have a Zardoz watch party. Hell yeah. Especially in Infinity, where the plot does get a little more, I don't know, what's a good word for it? Esoteric, a little more strange. It honestly doesn't matter what it means. It's about the Osama creates. Yes, I may have said that word wrong. Yeah, but it's about the emotion that it evokes. And I think the feelings of this kind of, I'm trapped in a cage and I'm experiencing things that are foreign, but I'm having emotions that are familiar and confused and scared and accepting. Those are just things that I feel like, for me, tie really well into Durandal's experience. And I look at kind of Marathon 1 as this transitionary period from Durandal kind of becoming almost like a child in this one, like a teenager. He's more confident in the world, and he's also more reserved in the sense that he understands there's a little bit of consequence to some of his actions, and that gives you the experience that you have on Level 1. And then in the third one, the ultimate conclusion of him kind of becoming this wise old man AI. All right, now how the hell do we get out of here? What's the way back? There we go. Zardoz interests me not just because it's some mustache man in a Speedo, but also because it apparently influenced Double Odd's work on Infinity in terms of writing. Yeah, have you ever looked into Double Odd's? I'm drawing a blank on the name, but Double Odd had another project that they were working on. Am I going the wrong way? I guess we'll find out in a second. Had another project they were working on. I did. But, right after the end of Marathon Infinity that never came to be. I forget what the name is because right now we were just reading Marathon Scrapbook and they were talking about Mosaic, which was the project that Bungie was working on prior to Marathon. Dude, I gotta get me one of those ponytails, right? Dude, I feel like a Sfit cosplay would be pretty sick. Am I gonna die in this room? If I don't die. Right, yeah, Duality, okay. I'm Shills in the Discord, by the way. Oh, okay, how's it going? Shills? You're so active over there. Okay, so yeah, you're super familiar with the Marathon stuff. I know you've been talking a lot about as you go through and play. I've been love hearing your little updates that you got. Whoa. Easy now. Oh no, I missed. Oh, the splash, the group splash. The group splash as the pile of corpses come together. Original trilogy is still basically occupied by Shills. Exactly, dude. Shills has been holding it down in there, right? I love it. All right, let's get a little cheeky save here. See what this is all about. Warning, Core OS mod date later than current date and time. Here was nothing to be gained from hesitation now. For possession, it would become something of consequence, though it was nothing more than a simple, particular flower, or more precise. Then she had it just so the room flickered and tore, bending into somewhere else, which she caused to be consumed by an ashless fire. Doors opened before her without cause, their locks rusted and shattered. Before her slender hands began to dance in front of her horrified face, therefore turning into a fine powder which settled in a pile. Where she had been standing, 14,700 miles away, eyes on fire tearing at her hair, turning in fury, she kicked viciously. Anger made her careless. She missed. At least, I mean, like, it's cool because it's interesting. I do wonder, like, would I ever have, this is a 3rd level, yeah. Vidmaster Incarnate. You will. Hey, at the pace you're going, you will. It's interesting because, like, I wonder, you know, when people were playing this level, did they read that terminal and go, hey, I wonder if there's more to this level? You know, I wonder if that was kind of the feeling. Did I hit the right? Oh, here we go. Let's hit something up here, right? There we go. Bastard. But yeah, I wonder if that, like, clued people into, okay, hey, maybe there's something a little bit deeper about this level, you know? There we go. Like, I wonder if I ever would have figured out, like, okay, maybe I should go through and, like, look for a secret on this one because that terminal is so strange. Good job. I've received reports from some human security forces. They agree that the aliens are concentrating on the aft engineering section. Would conjecture that they will try to shut down the Marathon's reactors. Your next mission will be to put the automatic defenses online. I'll give you the exact information when you arrive. Teleport when ready. All right, we're going to get our first chapter jump in. I know I didn't. I barely even remember the second terminal near the end of the level. I don't do a good job with reading garbled text, I think. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely. Well, I think the Marathon story page does a good job of putting together some of the more confusing text and trying to, like, break it down to something cohesive. I think it doesn't help that the Gare White terminal was seemingly originally planned to have been seen out on a later level. The Rose, right? So is that what it was? At the very least, a terminal it references. It seems supposed to be on the Rose. Yeah, Talishar. What Talishar said. Love it. In a way, I kind of love these. Obviously, the Craig Mullins art from 2, I feel like, is a better vibe. I really wonder what would the Craig Mullins art have looked like in Marathon 1. You know, could you imagine if we had a Craig Mullins counterattack with the defense drones coming? Definitely was the right choice, though, to kind of take it away from the cartooniness of these ones. I've received a preliminary report that from some members of the science staff who have finished postmortem examinations on 3 kinds of aliens. They report that by modern genealogical standards, the different aliens belong to different species. I've been collecting as much information as I can, and I will give you a report shortly. I've established contact with Durandal for the first time since the attack. He seems to have sustained less damage than I had previously suspected. Durandal reports that he has been in communication with the aliens. He says that the aliens behind the invasion call themselves the Four, that the ones attacking the computer net are called Svit. He was reluctant to share the details of his communication. I cannot understand this. Also, this level has a garbled terminal talking about a flower. Your mission here is rather simple. Insert the circuits in the defense control terminals. This is your current location. There's a shield recharge in the access control room. Here's a supply room with a large supply of ammunition and weapons. You should stop in this room. I always miss it. This is the defense control center. Hopefully the new control circuits will work. Place one in the terminal at this location. This is where to place a second one. This is the final location. Oh my god, this is the elevators. The elevators. The first of the not a jumping puzzles, kinda. God. Back. Oh. Woo. Damn, he's quick with the swing there, yeah? Goated level, the rows, yeah. Trying to think what's my favorite level. Man, I feel like I have like a some sort of complex over some of the levels. I died so many times here. I died so many times before. Oh, you just gotta go to one of these random walls. There we go. It's funny when you play it in VR. Ah! Look at, do you see me just do you see me try to dodge it? In VR, I literally try. I was like, how long will it let me stand in here? And if you crouch, it still kills you. Still kills you at the same height. So, Tomborough, the other one. Probably know this. Oh, you're talking about later in this level? I love these. Like, what is this supposed to be, I wonder? Oh, you know what? I think it's the other way, right? For the ammo? Maybe? Am I wrong? Did I already go by it? No, here we go. This is where we want to be. Oh, we should probably get the ammo first. Nice. Yeah, they want us to do some carnage on this level. Is this a 2? No, it's a 1, right? Yeah. Texture set rocks, I know. Find the M1 textures easy, that'd be nice, but it's not. Are they not available? Are they not pretty easy to access through the files for the game? Not even texture resource has them? I guess so. I love the splash. I love the splash sound. So worth it to waste the rockets just for the splash. Alright, dude, this level with the bridge, this when you come out here and there's the bridge, is that right? It's the next part, right? Coming up in these elevators. Oh yeah, look. It's cool, they really do a lot to kind of shoot each other now. I almost hit R. I was like, come on, reload for me. I don't know if it's really even worth it to kill them. I don't remember in how, but I found them somewhere. Oh, dude, Michael is Michael's the plug if you're looking for something online. Michael knows where to find it. The part after the elevator on the dark bridge room is kind of pain on TC. Yeah, I try to avoid total carnage because I'm ass. The what's it called? The little elevator part is gonna give me enough trouble. All right. You said we can't get hit on Marathon 1, right? While we're reading? Test it, because I don't remember. As a side effect of rampancy, the AIs generally become more aggressive and more difficult to affect by subterfuge. Thus, actually disassembling a rampant AI is quite dangerous. This was evident in the crash of Traxxas 4 in 2206. By the time that the rampancy of Traxxas was detected, he had already infiltrated 5 of the other AIs on the Martian net. Only recourse for the Martians was to shut down the Martian planetary net. Even then, it took 2 full years to completely root out the damage that Traxxas had done. The repercussions of the crash were seen for over 10 years after his rampancy had begun. Rampancy has been divided into 3 distinct stages. Each stage can take a different amount of time to develop, but the end result is a steady progression towards greater intellectual activity and acceleration of destructive impulses. It is not clear whether these impulses are due to the growth of the AI's psyche or simply a side effect of the new intellectual activity. 3 stages were diagnosed shortly after the first rampancies were discovered on Earth, and in the latter part of the 21st century, the stages are titled after their primary emotional bent of the AI during each stage. They are melancholia, anger, and jealousy. I mean, even utilization of the word diagnose when prescribing like emotions to, an AI is kind of touching maybe on some things that Durandal might be a little upset about. It's like you guys are diagnosing me with emotional responses, but you're refusing to acknowledge me as an individual. In general, rampancy is accelerated by outside stimuli. This was discovered early in cybertonics. More a rampant dude. Cybertonics is not a word that I've seen appear in any of the new marathon stuff, but I would love to see cybertonics. M1 total card is fun. M1 is the last one I have to TC for the achievement, and I just don't have it in me. I did it before Steamathon, and I'm just so cooked after Vidmaster. Damn. You gotta stream it for us, Talshar. I would love to see you go on Total Carnage. M2 is slightly harder due to its single weapon reset, and then Marathon Affinity is hell, but it's honestly still balanced since they're forced to balance it around levels like AMAX Secure and your warm food, dude. Okay, maybe not for AMAX Secure since Acme Station is hell. Yeah, I would agree with that. Cyber thrashedness, love it. Good old Acme Station. Harassed or threatened, the more rapidly it becomes dangerous. Thus, most rampants are dealt with in one mighty attack in order to deny the AI time to grow or recover. There have been a few examples of this tactic not succeeding. In all of these cases, the rampant was never brought under control. Traxxas 4 is the most notable example. He was finally dealt with by a complete shutdown of his host nest. Theoretically, testing rampancy should be easily accomplished in the laboratory, but in fact, it has never successfully been attempted. Confinement of the laboratory means it's impossible for the developing rampant AI to survive. As the growing recursive programs expand with exponential vivacity, any limitation negatively hampers growth. Since rampant AIs need a planetary-sized network of computers for it to grow, it is not feasible to expect anyone to sacrifice a world web just to test a theory. In the 250 years since rampancy first appeared in the EarthNet, stable rampant AI, the holy grail of cybertonics, has never come close to fruition. Since no rampant has ever been controlled or turned to any useful purpose, it is the opinion of this writer and of the majority of cybertonic communities that all rampant AIs are a danger to cyber life, liberty, and the pursuit of thrashedness. James Miller, 2320, Life and Death of Intelligence. Interesting title as well. Somehow got through Acme with the fusion pistol in 30 minutes on my last playthrough. Mandatory speedrunning, though. I've never seen anything that brutal in a game. I really love the Marathon 50 speedrun. I wish I was more. I just think I need to be committed a little bit more with so many good games. But I think I understand it. You know, I understand well enough to. I think I'm able to do it, but putting the time in to run through it. Really, there's 2 spots. If you guys are familiar with the Marathon Infinity Speedrun. Look at this room, dude. Beautiful room. Look, and we got the defense drones rocking. What are you doing? Thief on the Cross. Just subscribe. Thank you. Thief. Classic biblical name. Oh, hell yeah. Look at these dudes. Kill him. Get him. Get him. Look at him. The defense drones. Oh. Look at that. How similar are they to the one that we see in the new game? In the new game's concept art? Maybe I should pull that up so you guys can see that. I just want to draw a quick comparison here. I'm trying to think who has it. I know, let me see. Laughing Cephalopods website definitely has a version of it for surely, right? Oh, maybe the Discord. Does the Discord? Somebody had posted about it the other day in the Discord as well. Is that Shills? Maybe it's Shills who did that. Someone was looking for a higher res version of it. I can't find it. M1 has such an insane visual style that I've never seen in any other game. I know, especially when you get over to the 4th ship. Those, I guess, is System Shock. But the general feel of Marathon is completely unique, yeah. Yeah, that was you, the gray dude with the brainstem. Yeah. It's in Hopium, I think. Oh, okay, hold on, let me see. Yes, okay, here we go. Let's see here, let's do this. Boop. This way, bang. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so clearly. Look, I feel like the design really comes through too. You can tell that like they definitely rely a lot on the vision of the original games in terms of like how they're building out some of the stuff, even with the alterations that they're making. But even just seeing kind of these cross lines on there and that kind of bulbous top head looks awesome. Can't wait to see it in game. It almost looks like even right here, kind of have the leg, you know? I wonder if they have like a mode where they're on the ground and they're kind of being seen that way, you know, where they're walking around with those arms. The defense drone is awesome. Yeah, very much like his design's my favorite out of the runners we've seen so far. True. Yeah, that's a really cool looking one. I really like the bulky one in the concept art that we got for like I said, I think the Laughing Cephalopods website is the best place for the concept art, but I really like the bulky one that's in the group of 3 that we get to see. Love how the Marathon is mostly hard edges and 90-degree angles, and then the 4th ship auto map looks like an intestine. I know, it's really cool, and you can tell they definitely wanted to like have some huge differentiation, and it really comes through. Yeah, all of the like no hard corners anywhere. Uh-oh. Get blasted. Oh, I wish you should have shot when your friends were in front of you. Uh-oh. It's fisting time. Oh, there we go. Good lawn fisting hallway. Sharky, catch you later, Jake. Heading out to eat. Hope you keep having fun. Thank you so much, dude. I hope you have a good time eating. Hope it's something good. Alright, I have summarized all of the information that I've gathered on the aliens so far. 4 are generally thinner and lighter than humans, and are superbly adapted for low-gravity environments. Durandal told me that there are many clans of 4, each physically distinct from each other, but my summary only includes 2 of them. Only 2 clans of the 4 have been examined. The fighter carries a shock staff, which is capable of attacks at different settings. The trooper is armored for vacuum conditions and carries a combination explosive and impact. Projectile weapon, which is similar to your AR-75. The 4 seem to have enslaved a number of other races. Hulk is an enormous and rather slow creature, but it is incredibly strong. Science report indicated that it had no body fat and therefore had to be fed often to keep it active. Crew members reported seeing one of these creatures pointing to itself and mumbling, Griniol. Right before it picked Johnny up by the shirt and crushed him against a pillar. Science staff had difficulty finding a good specimen of the Sphit or compiler to autopsy. Only specimen autopsied was almost completely destroyed, but it was obvious that the compilers are cyborgs of some kind. The biological component of the compiler is so closely linked to the machine that it can never survive without it. Compiler's actual body is very small, resembling closely mammalian brain, except that the neurons are much finer and far more complex. It's interesting that they were even able to get a Sphit that didn't like phase out of reality when it died, which makes me think, when we're shooting them, they're probably not dying. They're probably just teleporting, right? Applebee's moment. I'm back. What level are we on? Defend this, yeah. How's it going? Yep. Just got home from going out to eat a bit ago. I should probably work on my fan art submission for the anniversary. I know, dude. Chills, get on it, dude. I want to see it. I'm excited. Man, so many great fan art submissions, dude. So excited for that tomorrow. That's gonna be a really fun time going through all of those. But yeah, no. If you guys are thinking about submitting something, definitely submit it. I think it's a good idea, and I would love to see it. I think everybody else would too. Bang. Alright, okay. Fuck. Oh, we didn't make it. I think you can kind of like just sneak through, right? You don't really have to. Oh my god. Here, wait, let's try this one. That one. There we go. Do anyone actually know how to solve this puzzle on Defends This? Dude, hey, Obi-Wan, how's it going? I am Obi-Wan Kenobi. I need some high ground if you got any. Yeah, no, I just randomly, even with this one, I think I've even gone through and like tried to read the spoiler guide on how to do it. But I kind of just click around until something works for me, honestly. I've always just made a little opening and stuck there. Exactly, yeah, that's what I do, for sure. Boundless, how's it going, dude? Thanks for stopping by, Boundless. There's been a few Boundless references so far for OSHA violations. We had some engineering reports we're reading about the marathon. Wanted your insight on. We've missed you, buddy. How are you doing? Like, I think usually that's what I do. I think I go one... Oh my god, I forgot. There's people down here. But see, it's not going to work now because I... Oh yeah, and that one's stuck, right? Doesn't come down. Okay. Mash it and run. Yeah, exact strategy, right? Saying no, I don't know about any actual solution to it. I don't actually think there's a solution because they're all timed. You actually just do have to make a hole. Playing on controller though? No, Boundless. Unfortunately, I'm not doing the your sacred method. Alright, let's try those ones. This is literally this is one of the trial and error runs. Oh no, I was so close. See. Yeah, not doing the sacred controller method for you. I balanced a few job interviews lately. Been busy. How are you? Oh my gosh, dude. Congratulations, man. Hope it's all going well. Oh my god, what am I doing? Come on. Let's make it. Controller. I know, Talsher. Boundless plays on controller only. No, we missed it. Alright. Let's try it this way. Let's do... Wow, why is that not hitting? Oh my god. I don't think this is gonna work. Might not be yet. Nope. Stuck here. I almost wish there was a way to float around. Boom. Alright. You like that? No, oh yeah, we gotta complete. We gotta go into these rooms. Yeah. Oh my god, this is the part. Okay, just making sure. Whoa! Alright, nice. Dude, if you get hit by it though on the way out. clear these out before we... Oh. Oh my god. Faster. Type of puzzle solving should be the standard in video games. Most people already just smack their keyboard till it works. Might as well make it intended. Yeah. Patron saint of cursed setups. Hell yeah, dude. There's something you can be a patron saint of. I guess that's not a bad option. Alright, one. But I love that it changes too. Like, goes from these little charts to the little setup array. Alright, here we go. There we go. Bang, bang, bang. Well done. I've detected defense drones activating all over the ship. Reports from security forces are jubilant. Now the 4 will encounter stiff resistance, and they will have to pay in blood for every move. Colony appears to be under attack. I detected 7 4 dropships entering the atmosphere only minutes ago. Trajectory analysis indicates that the ships were heading for the outskirts of the colony. Shortly there, outskirts of the colony, where the Chakasins are. Potentially the Chakasins were the Mark IV cyborgs all along, the Mjolnir cyborgs all along. What hour are you on? We are on hour... you know what? Valuation earlier said we should do a timer. But we are on hour 4. We're 4 hours and 37 minutes in. And we... what is that? We have like 25 hours to go. Next up, we're doing trivia. That's going to be at 8. So I'm probably going to... Here in like 10 minutes. Defo need the timer. I know. Almost there. True. So at 8, we're going to be doing the trivia, which I believe everyone can jump into. I mean, I don't think we're going to have more than 50 people or whatever the limit is, I think, on Kahoot. But if there is a limit, maybe we'll run another round, see what people remember. AO chat is near real time now too. Yes, awesome. Okay, good. Yeah, we did a lot to try to... I say we, well, like Michael helped me out a lot to try to get everything together. And I did a lot of troubleshooting to try to put everything together. So obviously there's still a little bit of scuffedness to it, which I think is par for the curse for the channel, but not too bad. Detected defense drones activating all over the ship. Reports from security forces are jubilant. Now the 4 will encounter stiff resistance. We get them stiff. All right, and they will have to pay in blood for every move. Colony appears to be under attack. They detected 7 4 dropships entering the atmosphere only minutes ago. Trajectory analysis indicates the ships were heading for the outskirts of the outskirts. I can't say it right. Outskirts of the colony. Shortly thereafter, I lost communication with the colony. Something has come to my attention. I'll inform you after teleport. Uh-oh. Oh, the music on this level. Why are you running out like that? Sit down. Oh, shit. What am I doing? Oh my god, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Oh no, I fat fingered it. I clicked it wrong. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. Classic marathon moment. Oh shit, is this one not gonna come up now? The beauty of not hitting the save. Damn, and I almost escaped him too. Here we go. Oh, we missed it. Will this one come up? Oh, here we go. Will you go back up though? I don't think so. Oh, he will. Oh, but that one's not up. Oh, there we go. Okay, we skipped it a little bit. Michael, the all right. He's lying. I just did the overlay. No, Michael's helpful. And a lot. Okay, here we go. Doo-doo. Just for the way the swirls is introduced. What is this? Okay, Michael, the all right architect. Exactly. This one might be my favorite level. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's a good level. Only I didn't die right away. I get paranoid even though I know, I can't get hit while I'm in the terminals now. For this one, I get paranoid. It's like, oh, I'm gonna have to defeat them all. Whoa, easy there, buddy. Make sure I don't lose any health fighting this guy. What? Ah! Alright, let's see here. Whoa, okay. Alright, let's see if we can do it this time. There we go. You like that? Okay. Ooh. Alright. Standing in the corner, pointing my gun back. Alright, who else fucking wants it? In terms of VidMaster, I'm stuck on this level, really. Just for the way the swirls is introduced with the terminal. Oh, okay, yeah. They had your moveset downloaded. I know, dude. They're hacking. Kind of melee a bulk of the 4 early on in couch fishing, but that's about it. I don't believe the saves are allowed when doing VidMaster, or they haven't been using those. Damn. Are saves not allowed at all? VidMaster stuff is so funny. So cool seeing how far it goes back. Some bad news. Durandal has gone rampant. We knew from the manual, right? He is in the angry stage. This explains how Durandal was able to communicate with the 4 and the Sphit, while I have not. Theoretically, the Marathon computer net is not big enough to sustain rampant growth for very long. This means that as Durandal grows into the computer net, he'll begin to affect all aspects of the ship, resulting in unpredictable failures of otherwise benign computer systems. Teleported you here to make sure that Durandal cannot gain access to a vital section of the ship. There are a series of control switches that you will need to activate to block his access. This is where you are now. Study the map so you can do this quickly. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do it quickly. Defeatus Amintins? I guess I'm not that alright. You're alright with me. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Imminentus. There we go. Beautiful. I think you can save it. Saving feels kind of wrong. Looking at some of the official guide material, saving is allowed. Like that would help me with phorophobia. That's funny. Alright, here is the first of 3 switches that you need to activate. Here's the second switch. This is the last switch. Be warned that the aliens have already entered this area. Oh, I'm aware. Alright, is there a save on this level? Is there a little save terminal? Probably gonna try to get one more save here and then probably take a break. Here we go. Alright. Oh, easy there, buddy. Save after I get this kill. Alright, let me see. Hold on. Let's hold here for a second because this is crazy. I joined back and I see you playing Marathon. You just played? Hell yeah, dude. What level were you on? You're in the same area, run around the same halls. I didn't run into you. Trying to think here. Maybe I should go for, since we got the save here. Maybe I'll go to 750, and then let me just in the Discord put a message in case anyone else wants to do the trivia, and also let me just verify, make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. All right, so a little lore review with the Tree Llama. Okay, and some marathon trivia at 8 p.m. All right, so we got like 15-ish minutes. I'll play for like 5 more minutes, maybe till like 7:50. Then I will pull up the trivia stuff while we're on a break, and then I'll get that set up so people can join. I'm gonna put a message in the Discord just in case anyone wants to join. Join the Kahoot I have set up. That should be fun. We'll see everyone's knowledge. And that way people know about it in case anybody wants to come flex some of their knowledge. No, Miss Reddit says try saving bobs on such levels. Not that you can save. Oh, in fact, it says the opposite. 1, how many levels are there in Marathon? Huge. many levels are there, right? It's like 200 something. Is that right? Is it more than that? It's huge. Nobody wants to watch yet another film of level blah unless it shows something new. Oh, jump on your PC for that. Okay, awesome. Awesome. 255. Whew. 275. Oh my god. Like 1,000 net mats. So that's crazy, dude. So insane. I feel like I saw somebody do a marathon huge speed run. Is that right? Has somebody done that? Maybe I just saw someone joking about it. God damn it. Oh. Poor fighter. There we go. Get out of here. Christ Soul Orbers. Oh my gosh. Oh, should I read this right? I feel like I'm going to get into like a whole thing if I read this right now. We'll come back. We'll come back and read this terminal when we play some more Marathon later tonight. We're gonna have to come back and do that because if I read that lore terminal right now, I'm not gonna stop. The yap will become too much for this moment right now. What are you doing? Where are you going, bro? Ah! He got confused. He turned around, jump scared him. Oh yeah, see this is the all like the the stasis pods here. Admin is doing. Oh, it's not a speed run though. He's just completing it. He's probably the only human who will ever play them all. I go insane, but I can't see it happening. Dude, that's crazy. Yap me up, daddy. Oh my gosh, Odin. I will. Hey, I will. It's just got to come later. We're working on a time here. I'm gonna have to wait for that terminal because, like I said, see this area is so cool. It's like. It is simple, and the maps were clearly designed for gameplay, but they do make some very like, distinct decisions to kind of introduce areas of the map that feel very like legitimate, on board the ship. That a lot of I guess I'm acknowledging that obviously the maps are just they're designed to be fun, but there is a level of things where they could fit it in, where they kind of make it make sense. And G4 Sunbathing is a good example of that as well. Like lore canonically, that's how it was in the night. So basically, the only level worth vid mastering is Acme Station, since barely anyone has beaten it in the first place. Love these hallways. I know they look so sick. Joku, how's it going, dude? How are you doing? Marathon After Dark. Yes, that will be later tonight. We'll do some Marathon After Dark. Whatever interpretation of that you want. Oh, look at this hallway is sick. It's like an alien's hallway, Marathon usually reminds me of insane shitpost projects from the French RPGM community, such a Dark Souls on 8. I've never heard of that. That sounds hilarious though. Shitpost games. Boop. Boop. Alright, we should go hit this save before I move on. Am I going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way. This is going to take us deeper in. Here we go. Bungie was actually crafting a world, not just levels. Yeah, I feel like definitely later on, but they're also, they were very like keen on, they're very keen on like, making, like they did have like gameplay very centered as well, which makes it so much cooler that they're able to do some of this stuff. To make Marathon campaign at some point, yeah, that'd be cool, dude. I want to play it. The engine lane's awesome. I have to go back to listen to Tree Llama. Dude, it was so cool, Joku. It was so awesome getting to chat with him. Really great guy. Very appreciative that he came on. And man, he said so much cool shit that like, just in terms of lore, like history of this whole community, that was awesome to hear. He was there for the first ever internet net game marathon. He said he might even have the video. That was really cool. Just hearing it from his perspective of how everything came together. I think it's all hand placed. Also stuff like bullets, calling flashing light flashes. Yeah, I know, that's so sick. Especially like what was the level we were just on, the third level? Yeah, that's sick. That's awesome. Looks so good. Starting up the PC for Kahoot. Is it going to be useful? Using its full potential. Hell yeah. Split up each segment as a video for each part afterwards. Yep. Yeah, we're going to be, I say we, like Michael's going to help me out with it. We're going to do that definitely for sure. So all the interviews will probably become videos. Maybe some of my lore yapping will become videos, and we'll kind of post those leading up to, I guess, or throughout the beginning of the new year. Then we'll kind of see what the next plan is for the channel. All right. Let's, what I'm going to do is, here, let me edit this. Oh my gosh, look at this. So professional. Thank Michael with the overlays. It looks so sick. Definitely make it good. Now it's up to me not to fuck them up by misaligning stuff. All right, so we're gonna move to the in between page. That's just where we're gonna have like the waiting. Like I said, about 10 minutes. When does the OF start? We'll see. I think I need a few more subscribers before that becomes worth it financially. But we'll see. We'll see in the future. Oh my gosh! Look, see, I'm trying to line it up. I don't want to let Michael down. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna move into the kind of in between scene where it'll be marathon trivia. That'll be upcoming. The goals start around 8:05. I'm gonna go use the restroom, say goodnight to my beautiful babies, and then I'll be back for marathon trivia. So everyone from the chat should be able to join. So I'll pull up the Kahoot thing, and you guys will be able to scan a QR code to get a pin. I'll do that kind of. We'll wait a little bit for people to fill in. You can add your names and stuff, and then we'll see who among you has the most marathon knowledge. Okay. So yeah. All right, we're gonna transition to that, and I'll get some background music for that. We'll use Detrea's lovely marathon tribute medley for that. All right, guys. I'll be back in a few.